Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was unaffected. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Raised over 100 young, but the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building webs was for suckers.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to FlowState. Happy Wednesday. Full Moon Wednesday. Full Snow Moon Wednesday. How's it going?
Leo.
Yes, snow moon. I love that.
It's snowing out west right now, too.
Is it?
Sucks to suck. No, I'm kidding.
Savage.
Hard to plant seeds when it's snowing.
I know.
That ground is so hard.
Yeah.
You can never get to it. Like, even if you got to it, like, I have to get through like 3 times as much if it's deep.
Yeah. We've been having late frosts every year. Like the weekend after Mother's Day. And like everybody in this town, they usually plant their little plants outside on Mother's Day weekend. And then we have a really bad frost and it kills everything. So I usually wait 2 weeks after that just to be prepared. I think it's some kind of weather manipulation, you know, just to mess up us folks that like to grow our own food, you know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
they got to maintain that dependency.
Right? Always got to have our hand out. Yes, some massa. Yes, please, massa. Whatever you say, massa.
No, I live in zone 2, so we don't plant anything outside except for maybe garlic until after like the 3rd week of May. So we're starting some seeds indoors right now under lights. And they're gonna stay indoors until well into May.
Nice.
It's very cold.
Yeah, that's smart thinking. Smart thinking.
Yeah,
So-
that might be my FlowState project for the beginning of the show tonight. I might get a couple cauliflower and Brussels sprout seeds into little pots, put them in my window.
That counts as art. That counts as art.
Definitely. I agree.
We should have called it growth state.
Girl.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Well played.
Well played. Well, does anybody want to kick us off with some reading?
Sure. I can.
That would be great.
This is exciting. Rel, is this your first time reading for FlowState?
Yes.
Sweet.
I'm excited. And I'm excited because I'm going to read The Secret Life of Your Cells.
Sweet.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
Yes.
start in chapter 2. Yeah, 2, because I'm gonna go ahead and say y'all need to go to Ariel Truth Seeker channel for chapter 1.
Yes.
Plug.
Right on.
Okay, now that that's over. So the title of chapter 2 is Today Plants Know Your Thoughts. ... Tomorrow. In the days of Secret Life of Plants, Cleve Baxter lived in Manhattan. This is where the plant research began and where it progressed to other forms of life. Now he lives and works in San Diego. He has a suite of rooms on an upper floor of an 8th-story building on the corner of a 6th and East Streets. The laboratory occupies one of the floor's 2 wings, nearly 2,000 square feet. It was formerly occupied by the U.S. Drug Enforcement Agency. They are large, fluorescently lit rooms containing polyographs, videotaping equipment, plants, aquariums, microscopes, and other equipment. In the same buildings is the Baxter School of Lie Detection. When he's not researching, he is teaching. He also has a small penthouse apartment in the same building, which serves a dual purpose. He provides the building with video equipment for security purposes, and this is run for both the lab and the apartment. He also sometimes sleeps in the apartment, sometimes because he is a nocturnal person. Nocturnal. What did I say? Anyway, he raises late in the morning, researches or teaches all afternoon, and in the evening works until 3 a.m. or even later. The original plant, now over 20 years old and looking more like a tree than a plant, is located in the lab area. 7 smaller plants of this type. Oh, I just lost the place. Anybody who's actually watching that can laugh because the book almost slapped me in the face. Oh gosh. So 7 smaller plants of this type, all cuttings from the original one, provide part of the greenery in the lab work rooms. What makes Baxter run? It was in New York City, well past the middle of the night. In fact, toward morning, when Baxter first got the idea to hook the polygraph to the Dracania, as had already been related. What he really wanted to find out early in February 2nd of 1966 was how long it took for moisture to rise in the plant from root to leaf. What actually happened was very different and about to change his life, and may well have set the stage for changing the lives of many others. It led him to make so many observations with that plant in the next few hours that by the time his business partner Bob Henson arrived, he tacked this lengthy chart on the wall of the long hallway. "Whom have you been testing?" Hanson asked. "Reach out your hand," said Baxter. "This plant?" Baxter nodded and grinned. Baxter remembers himself as always having been Baxter remembers himself always having been an inquisitive individual, willing to stick his neck out and take chances. As a teenager, he was envious of high divers, but had a fear of diving, even from a modest height himself. At 17, in an attempt to rid himself of that phobia, during a water pool show, he climbed to the top of a 10-meter diving tower, had someone douse his sweatpants with gasoline, and then strike a match. With the pants aflame, he had no choice but to swan dive into the pool below. As a result of that incident, he did a 2-summer stint in the New York Aquade show. Okay, that's giving me a part. The New York Arcade Show, continued by the New York City Park Department in an aftermath of the New York World's Fair. Am I the one chiming?
I just popped in the chat, Ariel. What are we reading? I had to leave for a second.
Oh, okay. No worries. The Secret Life of Your Cells.
Oh, cool. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, as long as everybody's okay. All right.
Keep
I
going.
hear chime. Okay. He enrolled in the University of Texas, planning a major in engineering, but restless in that work, he switched after one semester to agriculture at Texas A&M and later to psychology. Looking back, he sees how all three would play a role in the work he would be doing. Then came Pearl Harbor, and he joined several semesters towards battery. In the Navy, he aimed for naval intelligence. He was interested in hypnosis and saw military applications in brainwashing, which he wanted to help to counter if possible. The Navy sent him back to school again, several schools, one being Middlebury College in Vermont in the Navy V-12 program, where he took 3 more semesters of psychology. In those days, his exuberance was interpreted as a sign of youth. Today, his continuing youthful enthusiasm is often deemed unbefitting to the academic and scientific approach. After his discharge from the Navy following the end of World War II, he switched again. He joined the Army Counterintelligence Corps. It was a fortunate move. It was where he was supposed to be. He began teaching government and military people that the potential of the use of hypnosis in interrogation and how to defend themselves against its use by others. At last, he was in his field, the field of consciousness. It also happened to be an area of interest of the Central Intelligence Agency. They had heard about his work. They terminated his Army enlistment in order to hire him as a civilian. There he worked on counter-interrogation techniques that gradually moved into the direction of the operational use of the polygraph. Those were productive years, but he yearned for his freedom to research outside the CIA guidelines. In 1951, after leaving the CIA and briefly serving as director of the only school training polygraph examiners, he founded his own polygraph business, Baxter began counseling other government agencies as well as businesses in the use of the polygraph and researching ways to further perfect the accuracy and dependability of the polygraph. In 1959, he was co-founder and director of a lie detection school, and in 1965, he founded the Baxter Research Foundation. Then came that experience on the plant in February 2nd, 1966, which was to catapult him into the kind of research directions he and probably nobody else had dreamed of. In 1983, he was honored with a life membership from the American Polygraph Association. What does Cleve Baxter look like today? Solidly built, he has a square face, shaped and lined as if by a what cat is in the middle of that? Caricaturus? Okay, somebody who is striving to emphasize the man's intensity of involvement.
Ariel, it's a weird spelling, but it's caricatures.
Is that really how that's spelled?
We love learning new words.
I'm assuming it's. Can you use it in a sentence again?
Lined as if by a caricature. Caricaturist. Caricaturist.
Caricaturist. Yeah. So I guess it's someone who draws caricatures, like those.
Caricature.
Caricaturist. Okay.
Someone who draws funny pictures of people that capture their essence.
Yeah. Okay. Caricaturist. Okay, so he's shaped and lined as if by that caricaturist, striving to emphasize the man's intensity of involvement in his work while yet maintaining a detached scientific professionalism. Why we need to know about his face, I don't know. That intensity also comes through in his speech, volume and rapid and voluble and rapid when on his favorite subjects. From time to time, he clears his throat, even though it does not need clearing, a mannerism that not only gives his thoughts a chance to catch up, but the listeners as well. Communication with plants existed before Baxter. George Washington Carver, botanist who died in 1943, discovered many uses for the peanut that turned it from a practically worthless crop into a valuable product for many users. It is reported that he claimed that the peanuts talked to him and told him what they were good for. Conversations with plants, both to and from, did not start with the partial publication of Baxter's findings in The Secret Life of Plants, or in such publications as Reader's Digest, McCall's, Harper's, Wall Street Journal, etc. But it most assuredly took a decided jump in popularity at that time. Today, many graduates of the Sylvia Mind Control training who perfect their ability to communicate subjectively by activating the right hemisphere of the brain are able to both project and detect plant information. One mushroom cultivator was able to determine why a particular batch was not thriving. She went to her relaxed level of mind where alpha brain wave frequencies are dominant and right brain output is greater. They say they are smothering, she says. Her partner looked into the ventilation system, and sure enough, it was blocked. The author, who is also a sativa graduate, or Silva graduate, was asked by his wife to check out one of their houseplants that seemed to be wilting. Returning from his alpha level, he said, "This is ridiculous, but the plant said it needs fish." "What's so ridiculous?" he replied. "There is a fish emulation product for plants. I'll get it. She applied it and the plant immediately responded. In other projects, Silver graduates have increased the growth of plant life with thought by sending positive thoughts to one batch of mung bean sprouts, negative thoughts to another. They have observed a 50% increase in sprout length in the former.
That was
They
my
have prolonged the life of a tomato with the energy of consciousness, while other tomatoes, not so treated, rotted.
I did. That was my science fair project in middle school.
Really?
Yep, I put them in two separate rooms, mung bean sprouts, and I went into one room and I spoke discouraging words and profanity, and then to the other room and I spoke all encouraging words, and it was absolutely a successful experiment.
I have so much to say. I want to keep you in the flow state so you can keep reading, and then when you're finished, we will add on to the conversation. This is really good. I love this. Keep reading, please. This is so good.
This is gold.
Yay.
Total
I'm
gold.
so glad. Okay. More formal work done with plants is covered by Bird and Tompkins in Secret Life of Plants. It will be cited where appropriate as we address the basic concept. We are not alone in our thoughts. Our thoughts are known by single-cell organisms as well as by the cells of complete organisms, from friendly yogurt bacteria to brain neurons. They appear to act on this information. If this is so, then how can we humans harness this action for our own benefit? Once Baxter had gotten over his initial shock of plants reacting to his thoughts, he began some serious experimentation that he could pass on to interested scientific investigators. Since the plant reacted to his thought by burning them and later to germs being killed by an antiseptic, he decided to embark on a series of experiments with brine shrimp. Brine shrimp are easy to handle. Brine shrimp eggs come in dried form. Put them in salt water, and inside of 24 hours, they are swimming around as tiny shrimp. But they are not robust. Healthy shrimp are used mostly as feed for tropical fish. He used mature, healthy shrimp, which he purchased from a tropical fish store. His plan was to drop these adult shrimp into boiling water, thus terminating them and recording the reactions, if any, on the polygraph monitored plants. The first few times he did this, he got timely reactions. The plants reacted dramatically to the demise of the shrimp. But after 2 or 3 such demonstrations, these reactions stopped. The plants seemed to tune into his thoughts as if to give these thoughts higher priority than the subtle sensitivity to the death of the brine shrimp. He went down to the well-stocked plant section of a nearby Woolworth store and brought some philodendrons, but he had to be careful just how he did this. If he were to be closely associated with the plants, there could be the capability of the plants to maintain an attunement to him more than to the shrimp. So he had another person purchase the plants from the store and place them in another part of the building that he did not frequent. Just prior to the use of the plants, he and his partner, Robert Henson, bought the plants into the experiment area and attached the plants to the equipment by clamping an electrode to each side of one of the plant leaves, thus subjugating it to the necessary contact pressure along with the minute circuit electricity. Enough discomfort was produced to disorient the plant and prevent it from maintaining an attunement to the two men. They set a time delay switch to allow the start of the experiment and quickly scooted out of the laboratory. Only when they took such precautions in order to direct the plant's psychological set to its own problem in its own immediate area, were they able to obtain results with the automated dropping of brine shrimp into boiling water. Crazy. Plants appear to adapt to the fact of death. These plants were used for only 2, at most 3 research runs. After that, it was likely that adapting would take place and they would not react to the death of the shrimp. If the 2 researchers were the least bit careless with these precautions and had kept the plants there for a few hours, the plants appeared to become attuned to them. Then, even though they walked a full avenue away to stay away from the environment while the experiment was being run, the plants would appear to place the men's thought at more important than the shrimp's death. The 2 men learned this the hard way. Several times they waited in the lab reception area for the experiment to be concluded, only to find that the plants appeared to be tuned into their conversation, not the shrimp's demise. They had to capitalize on the plants being in a new environment, out of their element, in a strange place, with a trickle of electricity going through them and the unnatural pressure of the electrical contacts. Their equivalent of the human psychological set was really reaching out to any kind of clue to what was going on in that environment. Then they really latched on to the death of the brine shrimp as meaningful information input and instrument action detection that response. Can you imagine what it must have felt like for human beings to hear for the first time that an automobile killed a person? Now that this is repeated thousands of times a year, what else is new? The plants seem to adapt similarly to the death of the shrimp. Another factor entered the picture. The plants reacted fine if healthy brine shrimp were used, but if the brine shrimp tested were less than healthy, their demise did not seem to bother the plants at all. Says Baxter, differentiating between healthy and unhealthy life forms gets to be a little complicated and somewhat discouraging. But with the brine shrimp, there is an easy way to select the healthy ones. They are totally dedicated to the perpetuation of their species. They are always involved in either the love chase or the love act. When we saw them doing this sort of thing, we caught these happily engaged couples and put them in the dump dish, knowing that we had healthy shrimp. You would think that with all of the publicity he received in the late 60s and early 70s, that there would be cruelty complaints, but it took 4 years before he got his first letter saying, "Stop killing brine shrimp." Eventually he did, but there was still more need for these shrimp. A well-controlled experiment was always planned with the serious scientist in mind. There were some that gave Baxter and his colleagues the hardest time. Some physicists brought up seemingly extraneous factors which they did not understand themselves, such as the identifying of the precise part of the electromagnetic spectrum involved. Baxter had to protect his experiment results by not allowing good data to be discredited by careless theory. They kept all doors closed. They used 4 polyographs, each with 3 going to separate plant and the 4th going to a neutral fixed value recessor. They had a control cable that came down the hall, which was spring-loaded and split so that there was no possibility of a communication linkage of a conventional nature. The random time mechanism was also activated. They left, and the shrimp were later terminated in the boiling water. To keep the recording of the results objective, his associate, Robert Henson, participated during all of the final experiment runs so that nobody could accuse Baxter of manipulating the results. Success followed success. When they tested 3 plants at a time, they got several double hits and a possible triple hit. The overall results were statistically significant. The series of plants kept reacting. As these results were published first in a scientific journal and then in magazines, Baxter was bombarded with results for protocol and, Baxter was bombarded with requests for protocol and results. He filled thousands of such requests. National Wildlife Magazine reported that readership in interest and response broke all records, exceeding any item that ever appeared in their magazine. Electrotechnology magazine did a short summary of the research. The circulation of this magazine was to engineers and senior design scientists in large corporations, government agencies, and universities. They considered a high response to be 1,000 inquiries. The article about his work received over 5,000 inquiries, even though it had the non-scientific title, Do Plants Feel Emotion? Sip of drink break.
Can you show us the cover of the book again and say the name of the author?
So this is, and it's not in reverse, but The Secret Life of Your Cells. And the name of the author is Robert B. Stone, PhD.
Thank you. Robert B. Stone, PhD. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm excited for the responses to this, especially that beginning part about hypnotism. I'm pretty sure Gabriel's been looking at hypnotized politicians lately.
Oh, that's interesting. And yeah, the beginning of this book, he's describing Cleve Baxter, which is more on The Secret Life of Plants, which is written by somebody else, not this guy. So this is just a preamble, really, for the beginning of the book, which I'm so excited to see how it correlates. Okay, sorry. Do plants have emotions? I never say anything about emotions in plants, but people say it for me, claims Baxter. Similarly, I do not always learn from structured experiments. I emphasize high quality observation. What happens? Happens. Baxter likes to pepper his theory talk with real life examples. In those days, I had a Doberman pinscher dog. I kept him in the lab area. I would supplement his standard dog food with an egg, removing the white and putting the yolk in, supposedly good for the coat. One day, I broke an egg for the dog food and noticed something out of the side of my eye. A polygraph was monitoring a plant about 15 or 20 feet away. I had arranged a meter on the wall so I could see possible reactions whenever I happened to be standing. When I broke the egg, the meter waved violently. Since I saw it only peripherally, I resolved to watch it more carefully on the next occasion. The next day, when it came time to feed the dog, I kept my eye on the meter, which had been rather calm for a period of time. The moment I cracked the egg, swish, the meter went into wild gyrations. And there's a picture of the polygraph. You see? You can believe that the third egg did not have to wait for the following day. Not only did the plants react to the demise of the egg, but the egg reacted to its own impending demise. Later, he found that the eggs he bought were not fertile eggs, so he obtained some fertile eggs. Fertile or unfertile, the eggs reacted to his thoughts of breaking them. This was the breakthrough that caused Baxter to experiment with forms of other life than plants. Or unfertile, the eggs reacted to his thoughts of breaking them. I'm sorry, I had to read that again. Discoveries about the secret life of cells and how to had to remain secret. Before going into details of other work and their implications related to cells or relative to cells having a communications ability, our social state of consciousness in those days needs to be appreciated. Here, Baxter was making earth-shaking observations, but he had to be careful about disclosing them at this stage. The plants appeared to be safe enough. With the plants, there were not many alternate explanations as with other forms of life. Every discipline of science required controlled, repeatable experiments, ignoring dozens of high-quality observations that pointed to a clear pattern. But because that clear pattern did not fit an existing paradigm within scientific knowledge, it was ignored. This requirement to jump through the hoop of a provision of the scientific method, this requirement to jump through the hoop is a provision of the scientific method, but it is there. It can be observed in law, medicine, and other professions, but it is most stifling when scientists toe the status quo line. If Baxter had shared with others some of the effects he then began to observe in animal cells and discuss other obvious medical implications, he would have been slaughtered by the medical profession. A reflex action would have taken place to defend their position. This would have meant slug Baxter first and look into it later, if at all. He would not have been the first to suffer such treatment. His disaster would be lost in the statistics of such tactics. Less so today. Holistic health approaches have made inroads into the allopathic monopoly. A new breed of young doctors recognize the mind-body connection, the effect of stressful thoughts on vital organs a foot or two away from the brain, which is the source of these stressful thoughts, are recognized. Information or just how these biochemical communications take place would be more readily accepted. Again, if Baxter had jumped into the theoretical implications, he could have gotten just as badly hurt. Up until February 1966, when that plant reacted to his thoughts, Baxter was agnostic. He was agnostic only because he had not taken the trouble to be an atheist. For 14 years of his childhood, he had been compelled to attend Sunday school and church each Sunday. His father was superintendent of that Presbyterian Sunday school for nearly 30 years. He attended 14 years without missing a Sunday and was awarded a wreath and 13 attached bars for that perfect record. But he had an inquisitive mind. He would hear religious things on Sunday, but then on Monday he would hear from more scientific sources that it was not true. This created a conflict within him. He did not know what to believe. When the plant reacted to his sincere intention to burn it, but did not react when he made believe that he was going to burn it, he saw the connection between that and the statement he heard in church. Insincere prayer never leaves the lips of the person praying. Suddenly, he saw a connection between all living things. The good book had said something about oneness and the attunement of all things. Could this oneness that he was recording be part of that vaguely expressed manifestation of God? Can you imagine what would happen to him in those days had he made some religious utterances along those lines? But times are changing. Call it the greening of America or the Aquarian conspiracy or something else. There is an opening of minds toward matters still beyond the reach of conventional science and organized religion. New psychics, new thought, new approaches are less threatening to people than they used to be. People ask Baxter how many Nook letters he has received in the past 23 years. What do I use as a standard? He replies. How do I identify a Cook letter? Years ago, he might have said that most of the letters he would later be receiving were Cook letters or Kook. A Kook, probably Kook. Kook letters. He would have thought most of the people who wrote him were nuts. Today, as he looks at these letters, none of them are Kook letters, with rare exception. What seems to be far out in these past days can be the in thing today. Most people who were called kooks were really not kooks, but rather more pace setters, says Baxter. The real kooks might well be the people who were doing the name calling. Certainly, humanity is readier today than it was a decade or two ago for the concept of a connection that unifies living cells on all levels. Perhaps even readier than that. What? Sorry, certainly humanity is readier today than it was a decade or two ago from the concept of a connection that unifies living cells on all levels, perhaps even readier than it is for atomic energy. Hence the timing of this book. The meaning to us all of intelligence in cells. Science has been moving in the direction of acknowledging a continuum of intelligence in space. Religions have been moving in that direction of the universality of a higher intelligence. Neither will likely attempt to crucify Baxter as they might have years ago. So he shares on these pages some of the remarkable events ever experienced. Intelligence at work in ways that may help confirm our theory or psychology if we have one, or tempt us to embrace one if we don't. Here is what we may well boil down to. We are likely all accountable. We cannot go into an alley or other secluded place where we don't think anyone will see us and do something abusive and think we're going to get away with it. Privacy seems now to be non-existent. It appears to be an illusion. How can there be privacy if everything is connected through a oneness, a continuum of intelligence, morphogenic field, a collective unconsciousness, or anything else you want to call it? Your selective thoughts are communicated on your secret thoughts are communicated to every cell in your body and probably to a larger continuum of intelligence in space. When it comes to your movements, your whereabouts, your thoughts, there appears to be nothing that even resembles a secret. The so-called Baxter effect, the remote viewing ability, and other observable phenomena all seem to agree. It is likely that you are not alone. How can there ever be invasion of privacy should privacy be non-existent? The world today might be suddenly free of many of its problems if people en masse realize that they are automatically accountable for their actions. Yes, Baxter attached polygraphs to plants, but in the process, he found plants attached to him. His older plants appeared more interested in his comings and goings than in the survival of the brine shrimp. While plant recordings were occurring in the lab, Baxter explains, I began to carry a stopwatch around with me wherever I went. If there was a sudden if there was a sudden decision to return to the laboratory, maybe I forgot a telephone message or the like, I could activate that stopwatch at that instant. Then when I arrived back at the laboratory and checked the charts, a plant reaction had indeed taken place at that precise time of my decision to return to the lab. Furthermore, the attunement to the researcher destroyed all interest on the plant's behalf of the brine shrimp, whereas the plant may have reacted sharply to the automated dumping of the brine shrimp into boiling water. If it had not been kept for several days in the lab, no such reaction took place. Think of all abilities and characteristics on display here. It points to plant memory. It suggests plant priority orientation, affinity for a particular life form. It implies the plant's ability to transcend the barriers of distance. It demonstrates the plant's ability to discriminate between two inputs, select the one of greatest importance and screen out the other. Suddenly, the ability of the flycatcher plant to trap insects and the other, suddenly the ability of the flycatcher plant to trap insects and the other thinking traits of plants towards surviving in their natural habitat do not appear to be the miracles of nature that they once seemed to be. When we see such behavior in the context of memory, attachment, perception, awareness, and feeling, it becomes almost expected. The secret love life of cells. A whole field yet to be explored in what plants might emit as senders to us. Following up on Baxter's work with plants in New York City, an international business machines scientist in Los Gatos, California, Marcel Vogel was discovering that his thoughts could affect the growth of plants. 3 leaves picked from an elm outside his IBM laboratory were laid on a piece of glass next to his bed. Each morning, when he woke, Vogel would concentrate on the 2 outer leaves, exhorting them to live, sending them mental support while totally ignoring the center leaf. In 7 days, that center leaf had withered and turned brown, while the 2 outer leaves were still green and healthy. Vogel went on to replicate many of Baxter's observations and had to expand the work in other directions. For instance, with a plant connected to a galvanometer producing a flat readout, he would relax through deep breathing and extend his hands towards the plant without actually touching it. He would then feel love and affection for the plant, showering it, so to speak, with tender thoughts. The chart would show an immediate reaction by the plant. The recording pen would record a series of higher and higher oscillations. At the same time, Vogel's palms recorded an output from the plant. It felt like a form of energy and lasted 3 to 5 minutes. It felt as if they were lovers. With 2 plants wired up, Vogel snipped a leaf from the first plant. The second plant reacted, but only if Vogel was paying attention to the second plant. You might have to be a psychologist to analyze that reaction. At any rate, Vogel was seeing a new type of love triangle. Love can very well be the communication, or love can very well be the common denominator of all of this communication. It could be the gravitational field of the non-physical continuum we call the oneness. But can you see the scientific world investigating love? They are having a hard enough time with consciousness. There was a time when consciousness was not recognized by scientists. It could not be measured. Now it is being associated with energy, and how that energy of consciousness is able to affect matter is being likened to the way plasma affects magnetic lines of force. An association of psychotronic researchers. Synchronic, Psychotronic.
Psychotic.
Psychotic?
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I guess that's how you would say it. Psychotic.
An association of psychotic researchers has been meeting every 2 years in different locations around the world. Psychics? No.
Psychotic makes me think of necrotic. Is it like contaminated or dead? Psychic.
Let's spell that out one more time.
I want to Google that word.
PSYCHOTRONIC.
Psychotronic?
Psychotronic researchers, an association of psychotronic researchers.
That makes sense to me.
Let's just make it clear that we're going to keep the word psychotic. Doesn't matter if it has a definition. It was coined here tonight during this episode. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I was going to say the same thing. Psychotic.
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 Hey, Ariel, remind me later to send you a heavy metal song, okay? When you see me around on the internet, just remind me to send you a heavy metal song.
Okay. All right. I will. I got you. Okay. So we got those psychotronic researchers. They've been meeting every 2 years and around the plane, because the world is a plane. Psychiatrists, chemists, biologists, and scientists in just about every discipline share the results of their research into the energetic effects of consciousness. We're getting there. Enter primary intelligence. Here is something else in the laboratory that makes one stop and think. We refer to how plants adapt to death or destruction of life forms, such as the brine shrimp. After 2 or 3 repetitions, they no longer show any interest in the death of brine shrimp, or after such repetitions with any other life forms. There is one exception: human cells. Let Baxter explain. Quote, I cut my finger. The plant reacted. It reacted again when I put iodine on the cut. Every time I cut my finger accidentally, the plant reacted. It did not adapt to the death of human cells. Frankly, that had been a bit of a shock to me. Is there something special about human life? Are we sort of at the top of the heap, hierarchy-wise? If so, what happens to that concept of oneness? It may be a ways down the road before the answer to that one is known. We may be interpreting the adapting reaction wrongly. Certainly, What should override the plant's adapting phenomena is the universality of life form humans on down through dogs, insects, tiny shrimp, and even further. In New York City, Baxter was recording reactions during the day that he could not explain. He would be experiencing rather tranquil tracings without too much variation, when all of a sudden the tracing practically leapt off the chart paper with no apparent reason. It took a while, but he discovered the cause. There was a men's lavatory on the other side of the wall. Just prior to the sound of the flushing of a urinal, the plant reacted very violently. There was a definite correlation between the use of the laboratory facilities and these reactions. On further investigation, he found that they used a strong disinfectant in the urinals. Living cells in the body's excretion, and there are thousands being terminated by the disinfectant. Also, the temperature change appeared to be a factor. When a person visiting the lab uses the restroom facilities but was aware of this fact, the reactions ceased. Let's examine these two observations. 1, the plants reacted when living cells are terminated by a combination of the urinal's disinfectant and the temperature change. 2, when a human mind expects this to happen, the plants no longer react. Is it possible the mind is then preparing the cells for their fate? Furthermore, Baxter can detach a leaf from a plant, connect the separated leaf to the polygraph, and still get the reactions that he had been getting from the whole plant. Now, please hang on to your seat. Baxter can grind the leaf up into tiny particles, put the particles between the polygraph electrodes, and obtain the same reactions he could receive from the whole leaf and the whole plant. When laser light hits a matrix and a hologram is projected out into space, no matter where on the matrix it hits, the whole picture is produced. It hits only a relatively few molecules, yet the full out picturing takes place. We see a parallel in primary perception. It is as if a primary intelligence is present. The purported tooth of Buddha is worshipped in Kali Temple in Bali. Elsewhere, the same adoration is shown toward hair and nail cuttings of some respected person. Instinctively, man knows that the part represents the whole. We need to understand primary perception. With this understanding, there may come benefits to mankind that we cannot yet comprehend, much less predict. This understanding of the secret abilities of cells may well enable us to better control our relationships with germs, with vital organs, and with people. It could open up abilities now lying dormant within us to control our health and happiness. We have billions upon billions of tiny friends awaiting for the word for us to get into the ball game on our side. We are going to be considering how we can give that word. End of chapter 2.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah, thanks for reading it. That's amazing.
Wow. There is so much to sift out.
Dude.
Where do you want to start, Gabe? There's some juicy bits in there.
Oh my God. Okay. I started taking notes because there's so many broad strokes coming out of just one chapter. That was powerful.
Right?
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. So
It was my pleasure.
yeah, first of all, I want to say like with all things, you know, we take what is good, we take all the gems and the jewels and the treasures of the research, and it's all valid, and we hold that dear. But on the other hand, I just want to say we got to like cut off the dross, point out some of those talking points that were put. Just you said that was chapter 2.
Yep.
Man, some of those talking points are really raising the synchromystical hairs on my neck are standing up. I see apparently this writer is pointing out a lot of real powerful trigger points for the spiders and I here, starting with hypnosis. That's just scratching the surface. But I want to point out something else so we make sure we don't leave this off the table. Okay, maybe 3 points I see that we should definitely hit. The hypnosis, the talk of the collapsing of the private and the public. That component is crucial. That is crucial. That they're even discussing that collapse of the private and the public is just so immense and profound. And then the third thing that really tells me that this author is coming from a very esoterically informed mental space is the fact that towards the end, the author was actually telling us about cultures that venerate the body parts of saints. And that is absolutely, that's next level profound. We are getting into necromancy. We are getting into some of the original, what some people might call MK Ultra, like trauma-based mind control. I always point out that I've said this so many times, I feel like a broken record, but the word trigger became a verb in the 1940s. But that is not giving us, that is not something we should believe, that triggering of humans started anywhere near the 1900s even. The triggering of human has been going on for hundreds of years. And so that, you know, we just found a word for it in the 40s, but that dynamic has been appreciated and harnessed and used for hundreds of years. And the taking of saints' body parts, putting them in a location for people to...
Relics and reliquaries.
You got it. And for people to attach to the story of the saint for their religious purposes, and then spend their energy and their louche to go and venerate that saint on a sacred holiday is grand harvesting that goes way beyond the Super Bowl kind of level harvesting. You know what I mean? And so, so those are maybe 3 points we've got to look at here. We've got the hypnosis, the private public, and the necromantic trauma-based mind control all put into one chapter. That was
brilliant. It's brilliant. So Joshua is here with us tonight. I'm sure Joshua has some thoughts, so we'd like to open the floor to Joshua at some point to jump in and share thoughts with us and maybe read something. We have someone else who's joined. Yes, welcome. Yes. If we haven't heard from you, we'd like to hear from you now.
Well, one thing I did actually, when I spent some time with a client today, I was talking to them about how you couldn't add microwave water to a seed and expect it to germinate. So I was trying to encourage them to, you know, take that in and understand it. Like, don't put your coffee in the microwave, or what do you expect it to do for you? You know, like, it's not going to be good for you. And so we're translating that to other things like, and I was thinking about the brine shrimp, for instance. You know, it's not just the plant that's eating it, but it's actually the bacteria in the soil. And, you know, depending on how healthy that soil is, of course, that's going to directly affect the plant. So there's really a lot more going on there than just the plant, but the microorganisms. And then, of course, if you consider, the colonies of creatures we have within us, it's really quite profound. Even atoms, for that matter, are kind of similar, a community of sorts, molecules all getting along harmoniously in this thing we call life. But yeah, so those are some thoughts. And then somebody brought up the Carillion photography. And so to think that even if the part's cut off, what remains? And so is this part that remains, is that the part that's feeling and reacting, like an aura of sorts? So, and is this something we all share? So I think that research into that realm could really help cross the boundaries of science and religion and help unite them. Mm. But that's just a theory, of course.
Yeah. Like imagine that they put libraries on sacred nodal points of the ley lines, and they write one copy of a book for each library, and the material that they use for the book is all harvested from the same animal. And then they spread those materials across the ley lines. It generates a web, a connective web.
Wow.
How about the books that used to be bound in human leather? Speaking of leather, because I'm working with leather. Ugh.
Wow.
Even, ink, a lot of ink was originated from gall blood mixed with lead, as in seagulls, whatever, fluids mixed in with lead for the ink. So
hey, don't tip me now. I never really liked seagulls, and I like ink.
Yeah, it's so profound that this is, ancient technology that it sounds like in this context, it's cutting edge because we have these scientific measuring devices, but there is a case to be made that we've been at this for a very long time. And it's just now coming to surface that they're telling us that this is how shit works.
Does anyone have any art to bring to the surface to show some progress?
Yeah, I could hold up what I'm working on. Let's see. So last week, I also was inspired to make a, what do you call it, wyvern. And this week I'm trying to attach wings.
Oh, he has chains.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah, the wings are chained in the story. Rachel was reading a story, and
Can we hold it up again?
Yeah, it's really okay. So I'll tell you the story of what happened. So I didn't know what I was going to make last week, and I have brand new soft clay that's pretty cheap. It's like from Ross or something, and then I have this ancient clay that's almost hard as a rock. And I have to really work it, like add oil to it and do all kinds of things to really continue to use it, because it's probably as old as I am, or at least 20 years old or something. I mean, it looks ancient. So I put two of these kinds of clay together and I ran them through my little pasta flattener thingy that you use for these clays. And it made it split so that the drier, older clay made this tail shape. Oh, I know maybe this camera's better. Yeah, that camera's probably better, huh? And so I just went from it there, just like, okay. I'm just gonna try and build this thing.
And that's so much clearer. Look at it. It's so cool.
I don't know. I think it looks really silly, but I like it because it's so delicate. So
down a little.
I appreciate
there you go.
That's silly.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so I'm gonna fire it like this, and then it'll be hard, and then it'll be less delicate. And then I can try and do something with it. God only knows what. But
whoa!
I hope Rachel can see that tonight. That's cool.
I'm a painting display.
Yeah, that's an interesting view. Now, if we could put that view up and push a button that would change each one of our art to be on the pedestal, we'd be really getting somewhere with our production values.
I'm working on digital art.
That'd be cool.
Would you like me to share my screen?
Yes,
some
please.
point.
We'd love to see what you're working on.
Does anybody else have anything to share before I go?
You can go, Ellen.
Okay. Just making sure we didn't interrupt anyone's thought flow state. Does anyone have any thoughts?
I actually did have that related to the plants. So,
yeah, we want to hear more from Josh to kind of finish this thought of what Ariel brought to the table tonight. Josh, will go ahead, please.
I suppose to really make this work, we'd have to first imagine that we're buried up to our waist in the soil ourselves. So think about how much we are a lot like a tree, starting with our trunk, if you will, with our legs being the roots, and then extending up, we have limbs, and the crown of our head is the top, right? And that's also what you call the crown of the top of a tree, rather, is the crown. And so you also look at the brain itself as being a canopy, and what we learn and train ourselves to do becomes fruit. Of course, there can be physical manifestations of this, mental and even spiritual. But I just wanted to share that because I've always found that very profound. And the chakras, of course, kind of tie into that as well.
It makes a lot of sense that the lower chakra attributions that we always hear about, the things that we have to conquer or to bring into harmony, they would be the part that are literally in bed with the earth and feeling the full force of the lusts and the powers of the earth. Makes a lot of sense to me.
So I have a thought that maybe connects some of these ideas, maybe not necessarily in a root layer or a mycelial network of the mushroom roots branching out, creating a network. I'm thinking in terms of the tree itself, and we often think of, if it's a fruit-bearing tree, an apple tree or a plum tree, then it bears fruit. But the tree itself, the substance of the tree, the woody, fibrous material of the tree, is itself a crop that we harvest and we use as wood. But then also we can take that tree and turn it into paper, and we can print words on that paper and maybe bound the book with a hard cover. And all of our legal writings become legal when they are written on paper and signed with ink on paper. So I have this sort of research art project in my mind going on in real time that I'll share my screen to kind of show you where I'm at in the flow state here. See if I can get this up properly. Yeah, let me know if you're seeing this clearly.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is an interesting image that's been used as a meme template. And if you read the text on here, it says, "My account is not hacked." He puts the digits 21322. So we already might go, I see a 3 and a 2 and a 2. Do you know who this man is? Does anyone have an idea who this guy is?
It's Yi, bro. It's Yi.
It's not me.
Is that easy?
It's Yi. It's Kanye West.
Yes, this is Kanye West, who was posting to his social media to prove that his account was not hacked.
Oh,
that
he's been blotted up. He's
in
off the
control.
chain.
Right. So then I see this other guy named Gilbert Gottfried. You might know him as Iago the Parrot from Disney's animated Aladdin. And then all of these yellow legal pads were beginning to enter into my mental space, and I began to assemble all of these ideas together to think of what is going on here. And you have Gilbert Godfrey saying my profile is, well, it's actually not hacked, but I don't care about that. I wanted to change the meaning to say that his profile is hacked. Yeezy's Kanye West is not hacked, and then we have maybe the analyst taking notes to determine who is crazy and who is sane and who's mentally hygienic. And then I was turning this collage into kind of a painting here, and then turning it into kind of, I'm at this stage where I've got kind of my colors looking more like a painting and kind of figuring
See a
out.
cat face in there.
Yeah.
Little cat eyes. Little
Yeah.
Cheshire cat.
There's
Cheshire.
some
Now,
Cheshire.
You went and added the swirls to make it look like a real stock image.
Well, yes.
Now
And
I love that you've counterfeited a stock image with the pedophile swirl, if I may say so boldly, what I see with my own eyes.
so I've reclaimed a possible stock image of this analyst figure who might be in a dream time situation or a dreams state or a hypnotic state. And then I've added that symbol over the celebrity images to create them into stock characters, a cast of stock characters. So you have a black man, you have a white man, you have a Karen maybe in the middle who's really caring about
Karen's in the middle. Where's she at? In the middle.
Yeah. So this is kind of what I'm playing with here. And I think there's some ideas that we can spiral out of that idea.
Guys,
I was making some fractal art.
New idea in the meme space. A male Karen is a Neil.
A meal.
He's a Neil.
Gosh.
Yeah, because they're
I
Neil
don't
Young.
want that Neil. I'm not.
I heard
Neil
I heard a rumor that that Homeboy threw his music back up on Spotify too. Does anyone know if that's true? To me, that's a real. They're yanking our chain at that point. If
the Spotify stuff.
Yeah, if they have Neil Young and Joe Rogan going toe to toe, which I'm trying to avoid it. Believe me, I wasn't trying to follow it. I was following. I have a love affair with Kanye, so I I follow his stuff not religiously or anything, but I definitely know that he's
no idea what was
blowing
going
up
on.
the internet.
Okay, I just know the yellow legal pad meme.
This guy Pete Davidson's dating Kim Kardashian now, and there's a rumor that he also apparently had some kind of a intimate relationship with former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and so Kanye's cropping the man half out of pictures so you can only see his horrible, atrocious fashion statement that he's making, and saying like fucking Hillary Clinton's boyfriend in the comment or whatever, and just posting it on Insta, just blowing this guy up. Well, so then Kim starts crying to Kanye to tell everyone not to hurt him because now he's being targeted, and it's just this hilarious, absolute goofiness.
It is goofy. Absolutely goofy.
Wait,
funny as hell, though.
I thought Hillary was married.
Ouch. Oh, it hurts. That's so funny.
Boy.
It actually hurts.
Before I forget,
I think
combining our ideas here, I have to, this thought before it loses me, the color yellow is significant in my own life, and connecting to previously in the evening with the Vibrant on the Interverse channel talking about a certain technology, and I asked Chance to run that technology on me to determine that I am a yellow electric star. So
Ooh.
I was having this interest in the color yellow already yesterday when I began assembling all of these yellow legal pads, and you see what I'm saying here. This yellow color seems significant. In the past, I brought to the table the idea of yellow magic with synchronicity. So all of these yellows are kind of coming together. And before I passed the talking stick,
book, wasn't it?
Yeah, Yellow Magic, the Bonowitz book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alan?
Yeah, go ahead, Joshua.
Yellow is the navel chakra, which one more thought to kind of bind things together, as it were. You mentioned the book and the writing and how the paper is made from trees. So also consider that in the book of Revelation, the 7 seals are attached to the spine of the book, much like our chakras.
Yeah. So I'm going to share my screen one more time to show something that I had kind of produced, but I went back to make some changes to it.
In that system, Alan, we are considered kin. Each of the signatures has 4 tribes that it's kin with. And so we're antipode to one another, representing challenge and life lesson for each other.
That's cool.
So here's kind of a motion graphic I made with the text hack my verified reality.
Ha!
Look at
That
that.
is gold.
That's really
Seriously.
good, man.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, we should make it into an NFT. Oh wait, it already is an NFT.
It is nifty, if I do say so myself. So
I think it's terrific.
It's nifty.
I'm going to keep working on this little collage thing and see where it gets me. Do we have someone else ready to read something or share something?
I'll share what I worked on before we start reading the next thing. So I've got this big old chunk of leather here. And I am working on making a bag for myself. Just kinda get
You're a little.
looks like a big old rectangle right now.
Kaylee, you might need to speak up a little bit so we can hear you.
Sorry. Okay, so yeah, I'm making a bag from leather for myself. So it looks like a big rectangle right now, but there are several pieces that I'm working on. There's the bottom piece. And then, yeah, this is the main portion of the bag. Flat. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
You know, so a lot of my recent work was on Perseus,
That's a good
And-
topic.
and he's rocking his purse on his hip.
I have a hip bag that I made.
Is that what he carries Medusa's head in?
You got it.
Nice.
Nice.
Yep. He's got his purse on.
See on
Uh,
his hip?
Mhm.
Purse on.
Hey, one thing, I met somebody today whose name was Taylor. I looked up their name because I like to learn names. And Taylor refers to the tailoring of cloth, which is what you're sort of doing now. And alternatively, it refers to the garments of salvation as well, the raiment, if you will.
Yes.
Very
You know,
Cool.
that reminds me of the Masonic ritual where they put a noose around their neck and a knife at their back and put them in a strange pledge where it's almost like the noose is pulling them towards death and they have no choice but to go forward with the vow. And the knife at their back is telling them you can't turn back from here. So they're very much compelled into the decision of the oath. But all of that is symbolized in an amazing way with the standard business suit, as the necktie is the noose, and the tailor, the suit that makes the man. Well, the tailor makes the suit, and his symbol is the scissors at the man's back. So in a very obscure way, the entire business suit of modern civilization is controlled by the tailor. If the tailor makes the suit and the suit makes the man, then the tailor controls the whole damn system.
That's
Well, in the movies, the Kingsman, that's exactly the theme of the whole thing. You know, to start your process of being someone who's in massive control of all life and world events, you go to the tailor with your father,
Yep.
and he introduces you into the club. You know.
Yep. And this is where all of your pursuits are regulated.
Mind blown.
Amazing.
Mind blown. And I was gonna go see the new Kingsman movie too, and now I'm gonna be looking at it with new eyes, and it won't be enjoyable. It's gonna be like, oh my god, why?
You'll still
are they
enjoy it.
trying-
I saw it. It was pretty good. I think you'll enjoy it too.
Yeah, I want to see it.
Well,
Mine
I will. Maybe I will. I don't know if I'll spend money on it now.
Or just watch the lost episode of Weaving Spiders Welcome 63. Still lost.
Oh yeah, that's where Sean had just got back from watching
Rasputin.
Yeah, that's right.
And we
So
talked.
I forgot we already covered it.
We talked on there about how King's Men is a KM. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
KM.
ultra. So inversive. Oh wow, mind control. Ah.
Yep.
Listen.
Got it.
Okay.
And that there is a scene where he kind of gets triggered like a crazy killing machine in a church or something, right?
Oh yeah, in the first movie.
Yes. I have seen that. Wow.
Triggered
Candidate or something.
Oh yeah, it's hardcore, man. The whole thing is just they're just blowing smoke right up your ass. I mean, so I could understand why she would be discouraged to go watch it, because I don't know. After I first found Flat Earth, I had a hard time stomaching space movies for a while. I kind of had to re-romanticize myself back into it. Like, oh, it's okay. It's not like I guess I don't look at it as them just always giving us the raspberry. There's some greater purpose to all of this. But at first, you get that reaction, like, oh man, you wake up and you're like, oh, so it's fuck you all the time, everywhere, 24/7.
Basically.
Right? And so.
Basically.
May I add something from Slick Dissident's comment?
Yeah, please do.
So, and by the way, I've never heard that interpretation elaborated in such a way. So, however, I would like to add that the cable tow is also emblematic of the high priest in the tabernacle. They would actually have a cable tow tied to their foot. And if they went into the holiest of holies and were struck dead by the Holy Spirit, they would be drug out by their leg. So the cable tow is also to be symbolic of that. With the sword to your back, could also represent the word of God. So you're on the point of truth and you're being compelled forward by it. So that's why.
Hey, that's really good. That's interesting. That's very good, man.
Right. It's like being appointed.
Exactly. And in some rituals, they have, 1,000 points of light would actually be the tips of 1,000 swords pointing at you, just like the angels who are, well, the left-handed angels anyway, which are the poison of God or the swords of God. But yeah, it's kind of to represent that.
Oh man. Okay. Now that you said that, I gotta share something.
Biblically accurate angels, perhaps.
Nice.
Does anyone know that theme? So this is the fractal that I've got going here, and you can see it. It never ends. It's all the legal pads for all these celebrities signing all these legal contracts, selling their souls, and it never ends, and it just goes on and on, and just a distortion of 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 a distortion.
Biblically accurate angels are horrifying.
There's been some really great bright white, yellow, and gold renderings in 3D of them going around. I bookmarked it, but I don't remember the artist. I would have to look, but they're really gorgeous. They're really scary too, of course, but. So you guys know, I thought that's what Gabe was talking about when he said biblically accurate angels. I thought maybe somebody had that queued up.
One thing to add.
Listen, guys, I'm sorry. This has been so much fun, but it's like almost 1:20 here, and I need to peace out.
For sure. Thank you so much for reading that for us. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome to the dream time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come back again. We'd love for you to open with reading. That was such a good one. Appreciate it, y'all.
I would appreciate it. Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. You guys are dope. I love the conversation, and maybe one day I'll come on and work on some of my stuff while
please do.
Somebody else.
Right on. Sleep tight.
Thank you. You guys have a great night. Bye-bye.
So Joshua, this is wild, because in just the couple comments that you've made, it's almost as though you've foreseen my upcoming work that I'm about to release. But I'm going to show everybody the preview of a discovery I've made, and you will see very quickly how poignant your comments have been. This is
Whoa.
the symbol of the Jesuits inverted in
Hock
reverse.
with the hangman.
And yes,
Yeah, Odin.
and it's got the tree of life and the tree of death
And the
implied.
brazen serpent.
You got it.
I gotta tell you something, Gabe. I see SHIT with the TB and the cross below.
You got it, brother. Yes, this is a lesson in obfuscating a deeper truth with profanity. It is hiding
Okay.
the profound underneath the profane.
Yeah,
and so
that's what
so
the pearl of great price is all about, right? You got to go jump in the pile of shit to find the pearl of great price.
That's
Get through
exactly
the
it.
garbage to get it.
Yes, and these these spines pointing outwards. Not only are those the porcupine of the echidna, but that's also the appointing. I am pointing out these quills, these puncturing lines are pointing outward. And that's very much like you're saying, Joshua. It's like an inversion of the knight's initiation, pointing the swords to the center.
Well, there's a couple tarot cards that kind of similar to like the hoodwinked. Can't recall which number it is, but there's that, and then I think the Ten of Swords also has several stuck into the person, for instance. But it's kind of represent the word of God, like each word from the mouth of God is a decree, and an angel is compelled to enforce that law. Of course, the ones that fell care not for the law, but the ones that do adhere to it and their obedience will slay. So I wanted to circle back to one thing about the sword. At the of the lodge is the Tyler who holds a sword, and just like we're told Jesus is at the door, I kind of consider him like the Tyler of the lodge in a sense, even though he's the high priest. And also in the Hebrew tradition, when they would build the sukkahs or tents, it was said that the angel of the Lord would appear in their doorways, which is a delta, and so what we know as a triangle, it was the entrance to the tent, and the angel of the Lord would stand guard in front of it, which what are angels' eyes, right? So the eye within the triangle is really that. Just like in the actual tabernacle. So you could imagine like the Tyler of the lodge being an angel at the door with a sword, much like the angel in the Garden of Eden wielding a sword.
Yep, sword of fire.
Yeah. So and of course the inner part of the temple is modeled after the earth and heaven with the two pillars. And if you've attended a lodge, you can see like the procession of everybody as they move around, and the rituals or doing their duties. They're much like the planets traversing the firmament, etc. And then everybody that sits in the congregation represent like stars, essentially, I would assume, or watchers, if you will, executing the will. Whatever decrees come from this, as it were. So I just wanted to finish that thought. Oh, and also knocks as well, which you'll see a reference to that in Matthew 7:7. So, if you knock upon that door and ask, then you will be received, right? So it's just like with knowledge. But sorry, I don't want to talk too much.
No, it's good. Ties it all together. This is sort of the bridge between people who are like, I want to debunk the Bible and I want to tip my fedora to you, my lady, for the truth is in myself, as I am a very intelligent man. And let me tell you what my truth is and why it should be yours as well. That's sort of completely dismissing the Bible as a superstitious book of whatever it is to the new atheist who's maybe been raised in a family that attended church and now this person is a young adult and has decided to absolutely just take everything that was in their bathwater with the baby Jesus and just completely bury it in a hole and never acknowledge any of the value in bottling your bathwater and selling it to people on the internet who are your only fan.
Well said, Alan.
That was
I was going to say, selling the
reference.
bathwater back to the very man wearing the fedora for him to use as his holy water and even maybe drink.
Yes, because internet e-girls on the internet are the new goddesses worthy of our celebration, worship, and adoration. The religion of, I don't know, what is it? The whore of Babylon online.
Hey, e-thoughtery rules the world. We don't have to talk about it a lot. We don't have to admit it often, but it's true. E-thoughtery currently rules the world. It's at the top of the Aeon right now, for sure.
And how does that relate to Lupercalia?
Well, in Genesis chapter 38, we see the story of Tamar and Judah, and how when he first saw her, she had obscured her face with a veil, so he actually mistook her for a harlot. So when you talk about that kind of energy, that spirit taking over and being so prevalent, well, look at what we're doing, and so if you look at mask rituals, for instance, when you put the mask on, you're invoking that spirit. So I refuse to wear them because I see it as a magical ritual. And so you're not only giving up your sovereignty, but it's according to the Bible, it would qualify for that spirit.
That's right. If you let the House of Representatives let the HOR call the shots, then you're obeying the let.
That's right.
Well, and one thing I would add is, if you've ever encountered a succubi, they do take your voice. They'll sit on your chest and take your voice because it's a weapon. So I think part of it is they don't want us being able to fend for ourselves, because our voices are very, very powerful. It's a vibration that can echo through different mediums, and and if you go into Hebrew, certain letters have what are called tagan, and which are like barbs. So
how do you spell tagan?
Tagin. And the last time that one of these things visited me, I actually shouted the name of God at it. But it wasn't until I was able to get free. I had to think it over and over in my head before I was able to like get any kind of control over myself. And
did you literally shout, and I quote, "The name of God"? Or was there a specific name of God that you might want to share? Can you not share that?
Yeah.
Is it ineffable? Can you speak that word?
I said Yod Hey Vav Hey, and it hasn't been back since. Now, what was interesting about this particular encounter is that it happened many times, but this was the first time I was kind of fully aware of it, and it actually whispered into my ear, and that's what really freaked me out, because I happened to have a blanket over my head when it was happening. So I don't know. I've had a lot of supernatural things happen to me throughout my life that have really reinforced my faith in a spiritual sense. That so I understand a lot of people maybe haven't had the same experiences.
Oh, I've had those experiences. I've shared maybe just a sliver of some of them to public listening ears. So I certainly understand and appreciate what you're saying.
But
I've had them in the room, but not on top of me, like off in the shadowy corner, like trying to convince me of things. But one time I had an experience that you could consider similar, but it wasn't negative, where I was in this full body, like a paralysis, but also this feeling of extreme electric energy coursing through my spine and radiating through the rest of my body. And I had the experience of something speaking into my ear, but I have no idea what it said. What I remember feeling after the experience was that I was told something really important and beneficial. But that's the only time I ever had a similar type of sleep paralysis to what people talk about, where it didn't have a foreboding, fearful tone to it.
Well, that's strange. I wasn't necessarily afraid. It was just very alarming because it was so real.
Yeah.
It's interesting that you mentioned about them not being able to understand it, because what I heard was what seemed to be feminine and high pitched and kind of fast, almost stereotypical what you would hear on a horror movie or something like the type of thing.
Yeah, that's how the gnarly ones have been for me too. But the one that felt positive, I understood what it was saying as I was being told it, but it was kind of like when you get some sort of massive epiphany during meditation or a dream, and then as soon as you're out of that frequency, it evaporates, but you know that whatever it is like still vibrationally in your field.
I understand. And since then, have your ears been ringing since then, by the way?
I stopped having any kind of semblance of ear ringing when I stopped leaving my Wi-Fi plugged in at night, and when I started working with tuning forks. Actually, tuning forks can help like retrain your ear in that way, in my opinion. I don't know if there's some kind of research on that.
I like the intonation we were talking about earlier. Yeah, I could see that.
Funny you should say intonation, and I was thinking intention in responses to Chance's disclaimers saying, I don't know if there's any science behind this, but just the intention of using a tuning fork to say, I intend to use this fork for this specific purpose of making my ears attuned and not ringing and not having tinnitus or not having an effect that I don't want anymore, that is not with the ears that I was born with. I want to return to like ear health. Can we talk about healthy hearing and what is ear health?
That's really interesting because I didn't put the 2 and 2 together until just now. So
a very important subject to me, Alan, as a amateur audio engineer and podcaster. You got to be able to hear.
Yeah.
There's an hammer and anvil in your ear that are kind of used to represent the pounding, just like Pythagoras envisioned whenever he walked by the blacksmith shop and heard the different sized hammers hitting the anvil and then noticing the different tones. It's very much the same in our ear.
Is that how we got harpsichords and pianos, from the inner ear model of what you just said?
Quite possibly. I mean, after all, does art follow, or what is it? Art imitate life, or does life imitate art? And so if we're art, we just really have to study nature to create different inventions, because a lot of times it's just somebody's inspired by an insect wing or something of that sort. But
I wonder if the Pythagorean myth of discovering the different tones by hearing the blacksmith hammer is a veiled allegory for initiates to recognize the symbolism of the Gnostic chief architect.
I think so.
Hephaestus.
In a dream, I was actually handed a Vajra, which I didn't know what it was. So when I realized what these things were, that is the ultimate weapon that's forged. And so I started reading about it, and it was actually a weapon that was forged to defeat a demon. No weapon. When it was charmed and given this ability, no weapon forged could defeat it. So a new weapon had to be made that didn't exist. And what had happened was this sage had taken all the Anunnaki's weapons and stored them in an armory, but for some reason or another, dissolved them all into a solution and drank them. And so they had to kill this guy and then make weapons from his bones. And his bones, which a piezoelectric effect kind of thing can occur in our bones, for instance. But then they made the Vajra from his bone. So that's one story. But anyway, the Vajra is accompanied by a dojiri, which is a bell. And so the Vajra represents a thunderbolt or a flaming sword, and then the Doji is a bell. So I never understood why I was handed just the Vajra and not the bell, but then I realized my ears had been ringing too. So I thought, well, is that what the Dojri's for? Is to try and tune your ears into this certain type of frequency? And then, so what's that all mean? So then I began to understand that I think this is the key to, I think they use the Vajra to amplify their voice, and that they could actually manifest and create things, destroy mountains, carve stone. God spoke everything into existence as it
So
was.
what is the voice to skull weapon that people have brought up as an example of man weaponizing a natural technology?
Exactly.
It makes me think of Dune too, with the weirding way.
Wait a second. Are you talking about Dune directed by, what's his name? Not Dennis the Menace, the villain guy, but the original director of the first theatrical release of Dune adaptation in film form. Twin Peaks guy, David Lynch. So David Lynch changes the story of Dune to make a sonic sort of weapon with combining the technology of the voice into something that could be shot with a gun.
Right. Yeah, that's what popped into my head, the movie version.
Yes. We have to be very specific because there's a lot of youngsters who are introduced to Dune for the first time thanks to HBO Max in their home, and they probably don't really know what's going on.
We can't
Should I watch that adaptation, Alan? Well, I haven't yet. I haven't seen any film adaptation. Currently, Dune exists in my mind as the book series and is unsullied in any other way.
I would recommend the sci-fi series. It's actually the best one in my opinion.
Yes, and then it continues into like Children of Dune too. So it's like year 2000, 2001 adaptation. It's much more like a stage play. It retains inner monologue. And to answer Chance's question before we get away from it, there is a video on the Weaving Spiders Welcome channel in which I and some of you guys cover the newest HBO Max Dennis Villeneuve, Dennis the Menace, the villain guy who just destroyed the Dune genre by adapting it in his really kind of bland version for a Chinese audience who can't speak English. So let's just not have any dialogue in the movie.
Hey, I want to add though that even though I totally feel you, but what I will say is that I did appreciate how the voice was actually used because it was kind of scary, which is what it should have been. The book, they were witches, so they had to vibrate voice on a certain level to make your nerves do things.
There's a question in chat.
I went and saw it at the IMAX. It was astonishing. I mean, I also had my reservations. Go ahead.
There's someone in chat who's asking, who is that voice that I'm hearing that I'm not familiar with and I don't have a face to put to? That's fine. We're not requiring cameras.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't.
We just want we want you, Joshua, to introduce yourself. I guess. Yeah. Are we just referring to you by Joshua at this point, or do you have other information you want to share with some curious folks in chat who are wondering who is this brilliant voice we keep hearing? It's not Alan Marcus. It's not SB Elger. It's not Jim. It's not Gabe Slickdisson. It's not a familiar voice. That's the basic question they're asking. Who is this guy?
I'm the branch in chat, but my name is Joshua. But one thing I would like to add also is the other thing that Villeneuve added that he took liberties with was the Sardaukar got a lot of play. Of course, he did go to Caladan a lot, but the Sardaukar were never really focused on in any of the other productions. And so whenever they do the throat singing in those scenes, I thought that was really interesting because it was almost as if they were using the voice, but in a more sinister way. And if you paid really close attention to the Sardaukar, they also were marking them with blood on the foreheads, and the armor, their armor had 3 marks, like a vav, vav, vav. So they, and that's, and there is a degree in Freemasonry associated with it's the 17th degree of the East and West, and it's associated with Abaddon, the angel from the bottomless pit. And it talks about the anointment of the God's seal on the foreheads of people, and that the locusts are not allowed to attack anybody with the seal of God on the forehead. So you can almost look at the Sardaukar as the locust army, and that they're, because in the ritual, the Abaddon ritual, they actually put a mark of blood on the forehead and declare how it's salvation. And so I just wanted to point that out because I felt that was very nuanced, and I just wondered who was influenced.
Yeah. Oh yes.
But it's not in the book.
Oh, right, right. And for those who are looking for the Weaving Spiders Welcome video chat, we gathered together to discuss Dune. It's called hashtag Dune Spiders on Spice versus the Worm. It is on the Weaving Spiders Welcome channel. Man, and we got into some of the stuff.
Well, and if you've ever gotten into God Emperor Dune, for instance, you can see the similarities with Yalda Bayoff, how Zuko actually becomes the God Emperor, like the worm, and Muad'Dib even becomes blind, like Yalda Bayoff, who's the blind.
Yeah, Muad'Dib. Yes, yes. So there's so much that we can talk about in terms of Dune as a literary property and what that story is, and then how it was adapted for the screen. And some things from the books were lost in translation and adaptation. Other things were added to make it more into a movie. And then when we get to the distilled ideas of Denis Villeneuve, the guy who did Blade Runner 2049, he did some really great movies. He gets his hands on Dune, and then we're just like, well, he absolutely removed all the inner monologues, he didn't write the script. Okay, so let's be clear. He did not write the script for the movie. He directed it, and then he put his name on it. So whatever committee of people wrote a script for an international, not English-speaking audience, that's kind of where I get into the criticism, and I kind of get angry because it's like, this is a beautiful English language space opera epic thing, and then they translate it to the screen, and then they just make it a complete visual feast without any sort of voice in it. There's so little dialogue in it, and they just show everything, but they don't tell anything. So you're like, oh, pretty pictures, spaceships, music, wow. But what is even going on? SB, you're muted.
I kind of agree with you there, because it could have been a lot better. And for instance, it made me wonder if the person that was in charge of certain things had even read the book. I mean, watching the credits, they had 1,000 people probably involved in this thing. But and it made me wonder, like, how many people have actually read the book. But Gurney Halleck is a good example. Not once did he bring out his basilette and sing a song, which, you know, it was hard enough to watch the guy they chose anyway play that role. But because I've always just imagined a Scottish or whatever guy.
And would they give it to Jason Momoa?
Yeah,
right?
It was just so cliche, you know, give it to a no-name actor or something.
Right, and we can tie this back to the first reading we had from Ariel tonight, who's talking about mycelial layers, mushrooms, plants, and the theme of Dune, big spoiler here, is about a sandworm. And what is that sandworm doing and consuming and alchemizing something to create a substance that didn't exist before? And that's why the planet Dune of Arrakis is so important to the entire known, what did I say? There's a Padishah emperor of the entire known galactic universe. So basically everything that exists, there's one man who represents the authority of the government, of the kingship of all of this known universe. And within that is a planet, Arrakis, which is a desert planet, and they produce the spice melange. and then you find out that it's the worms themselves that are digesting and alchemizing, and there's this whole story that reveals this process of this mind-altering substance, and then how that affects consciousness. And so much of that interesting consciousness altering stuff is not quite presented in the same psychedelic, psychotronic, consciousness raising art and culture that we are familiar with through like the 60s and 70s in America. It's just kind of like you get this little boy who's out there in the desert, and he kind of breathes in, and he kind of just like, oh, I guess I'm under the influence of some dust or sand or something's in my eye. And it's just sort of like so underplayed. It's so underacted. You're like,
going
what
back
is
to
what is
the
even the
Chinese
point?
audience, you wouldn't want the idea of mind-altering substances entering the zeitgeist if you're the CCP.
Well, and another
Thank you for that, Chance.
Yeah, buddy.
He hasn't yet been exposed to the spice spear either, which was, really that scene that you're talking or referencing there. It never really happened in the book, I don't think. So it was more like when he got concentrated spice or something like that, that those things began to happen. He began to dream the dreams, for instance. But even just getting closer to the planet, it was having a morphogenic effect on him. Because here's one point I wanted to make, that so the Padishah emperor was known, anybody that was on that throne was on the lion's throne. Okay. And so that kind of represents like Leah, as in the royal archway of heaven. And then here you have Moadib, which actually that name he chose means mouse. So here you have the mouse overthrowing the lion, and he references, and of course not in this movie, but in the book and the sci-fi series, even, it does a good job of explaining how he is the lever and he's a tool of fate. So it just goes to show that size doesn't matter when you have destiny, fate pushing you along. And so it's like this mouse riding a tsunami, and the lion couldn't hope to stop it, because but he doesn't even take it as far as it's supposed to go. He stopped short with the not the Butlerian jihad, but his own jihad. But what's really supposed to happen is what God Emperor brings, which is called Krasilak. And that's the complete and utter subjugation and like storm throughout the universe that just leaves everything disheveled and completely random, because he knew that humanity had to be randomized and visible from the threat that was coming in the future. And so this is where I think Villeneuve really failed, is I think they should have just picked up on book 4 and did God Emperor, and then they would have been able to do as many flashbacks as they like, and because that's what the book does. And so I think they really epically failed there by not just taking the football and running with it, so to speak.
Right, and I think maybe that was the whole point of adapting it in the way they did. Chance adds the very important information, and I will add that the company that produced this film is primarily Chinese owned. So I can go into this in more detail at another
Hollywood
point.
is primarily Chinese owned.
Yep.
Although
Right.
I've heard that they're pulling out a lot of investment right now.
Right. So just to cut to the chase and explain quite simply, believe me for now, I can prove the documentation later, that the company who is producing the Dune film is primarily owned by Chinese investors. And for the further point of where I'm leading on with this long-winded sort of meandering, I just got to get my words out, don't bury the headline. Dune, directed by a Western director, Dennis. The whole audience, you might say, is a global audience. And I argue specifically that the reason they made all the decisions for the Dune movie, and we criticize these things, it wasn't for us. It wasn't for an English-speaking audience. It was specifically for a Chinese audience to be played in Chinese theaters because the Chinese have not read the English language Dune series of books. They haven't seen the English language films. They have no knowledge of Dune. So this is a new story for them. And I haven't checked any box office reports or to see how well it did to the Chinese speaking audience. But I'm very much inclined to believe that this entire property.
I can speak safely on their behalf and say that they all loved it, Alan.
They thank you. I'm glad we had a representative for the Chinese viewers who believe that it is
I'm just
a great speak
success. On behalf of the CCP myself and say that they said it was great. They loved it. It was terrific.
Was there a different reaction in Hong Kong and maybe Tibet and Taiwan? I don't know. Do we have any other Asian representatives?
Interesting thought that pops into my head when you say this is that there's probably some men and women somewhere in China that actually have somehow gotten their hands on the books and read them and can't openly voice their opinion the way that you're doing for fear of what kind of arbitration might be sent their way on them revealing that they've gotten their hands onto contraband. At least that's the way we were trained to think of them. Now, it may not be true. They may be more than us. I've never been there.
And, right. You can even consider the fact that would it be a earth-shattering discovery for a book to imply that people have an internal dialogue? There might.
That is crazy. That is like some next level predictive programming. Your dialogue
there we go.
is strictly from the screen. We give you what you get.
So clarify that further, Gabriel. How does the removal of the internal monologues in the book Dune translated to the screen for a Chinese audience without any internal monologues represented? That idea doesn't exist in this new Dune adaptation at all.
So I consider the idea of a race of deltas from I believe that's Huxley. I believe that to be implying that there is in real time that they may be talking about, let's just say North Korea to be even more dramatic, but it could have its place in China as well, that there's entire cultures of people who the idea of an internal monologue is been bred out. And so the idea that I'm asserting here is that it would be absolutely culture destroying for that many people to discover that there is such thing as an inner voice.
Yeah.
And now let's expand that out to our culture, to here in America. Are they also in the same stroke? Are they breeding out the idea that humans can have a direct conversation with God? Have they gotten us both, the epsilons and the deltas, all in the same chess move? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that Old Testament stories and people having a direct line of communication with God is a very culturally significant phenomenon. And it's been completely removed even from our consciousness here today.
May I comment?
Please.
So in China, they have like the Tai Chi forms, for instance. And if I'm incorrect on the country, I'm sorry. But anyway, the point I'm trying to make is that they would hide forms from the common man, like the dragon form, for instance, because the emperor believed that if the common people got a hold of this form, they would rival him and then overthrow him. So if you really about what Muad'Dib represents, it could be dangerous for that culture to introduce that heroic element, because then they could all see themselves as Verdaikin or fellow Muad'Dibs. I mean, I kind of see him as he's a very translatable figure, if you ask me, because, under Harkonnen rule, they were very much like the Jews in Egypt. until they were bonded out of Egypt and led into, the wilderness, which is where the Fremen live. And until the day that their prophecy is fulfilled and they crush the head of their oppressor, So it is very much a messianic type of thing. And if you plant those seeds, just like the Missionaria Protectiva and what the Bene Gesserit, so just having that movie done properly could sow those seeds of discord for a nation that's ruled by a cowardly dragon when we're all dragons and we don't even know it. And in that sense, so to activate the nervous system at that level would awaken that dormant, conquering the worm, if you will, right? Just like conquering the dragon.
Yeah, I like that. I have the image of a young, freedom-loving individual, maybe living in a Chinese planned city somewhere with a cache of Winnie the Pooh books, Garfield comic strips, and Dune novels printed on paper. And he's carefully transcribing from English into the vernacular that his brothers and sisters can read to understand the stories of Winnie the Pooh, Garfield, and Dune.
Dune would be a fun one to read on here. Lots of crazy words in there.
Welcome,
thinking of it, I want to
room.
also say.
I mean, I have it in front of me.
I believe it's Julian James in his work, The Bifurcation of Human Consciousness.
Yes.
A theory is put forth that before some particular traumatic event took place for humanity en masse, a cataclysm, a catastrophe, that human beings actually had the relationship with their inner voice of considering the inner voice to be speech from the gods, not necessarily just God, the voice of God, but the gods. The type of information coming into their inner voice, the tone, the flavor of it would relate to different gods. And in this sense, they had a different system to communicate with their actual body. This is me adding on. I don't know if this is James, but that by having a recognition of multiple voices within, there could be a correlate as we understand certain God archetypes to be representative of organs and of aspects of nature, that you could literally center your consciousness and think in your heart, or think in your stomach, or think in your kidneys.
Nice.
Or think on your yellow legal pad as you jot down ideas to externalize it.
But the other thing about the dragon script, it's reminiscent of that. I think it's the origin of that hieratic and demotic script, the priestly and kingly languages, the profane and the sacred. Always this dual symbolism in language with the certain meaning reserved for those initiated.
We have a new user in our Zoom room. If our new user, would like to speak up, now is a good time to do so. And say hello and welcome to the FlowState Snow Moon Art Party.
Yeah, my name is Jeff, but I got this cool coin that I felt might fit the room. Oh.
Could you read the text on the coin to us?
It says kill your masters.
Okay.
Cool.
And then
is that, it looks like the penguin.
On the back it says anyway. It says now's the fucking time. I found this in Seattle on the ground in some weird stairway alley.
Nice. Is it wood?
Yeah, it's wood.
Like a buffalo nickel?
I couldn't tell you.
What were those round coins that were made of wood? Were they called buffalo nickels?
It seems
Anyone-
right. Well,
anyone-
there's such thing as what they definitely call them a wooden nickel,
Yeah,
but buffalo. It seems like the buffalo nickel was related to wooden nickels, but I don't remember for sure.
Also got this
Yeah.
book. You guys were talking about plants and stuff and psychoactive substances. Wade Davis, One River, it's decent, but it goes into a lot of that. I don't know who Wade Davis is. I'm too young, but I'm sure some of you guys know who it is.
I found the wood nickel. I can share my screen. Just take a look at the wood nickel. I've got so many windows open. I want to make sure I share the correct window. This is our Wednesday night art party where we test our technology. Do you see the wood nickel here?
Yeah, it's got the India. It's India.
We used to get those at the fair when you go in and pay for your, it's like the beer token.
Yeah, in the beer garden, and they use them for other things sometimes.
Yeah, so I was correct in calling it a wooden nickel, and it has the buffalo on the obverse. So that's what your coin made me think of.
Yeah,
Jeff,
that's the
is your
exact
name
same
Jeff
thing.
or Jeffrey?
We go Jeff.
Okay.
I cut a wooden nickel like that once in an AA meeting. little less fun than the fair, but
Yeah, I don't have any of those anymore.
So how long have you been watching the streams, Jeff?
I just found the link. I've been here for like an hour and a half, and I'm about to go to bed.
Are you secretly a deer?
A deer?
That was a
Yeah.
joke for Sean.
Jeff the deer.
Yeah,
John
Jeff
has
the Deer is a meme that I made because the gentleman talking to you now, Chance, said in an offhand comment in one of the many episodes that he publishes. I think it was on Vibrant, but I can't say for sure. Vibrant or Interverse. He made a joke about as soon as you give the deer a name, and the next thing you know, his name's Jeff, and he's got a birth certificate or something like that. And so I made it into a. Now I came up with a meme recently. So please, make as many Jeff the Deer memes as you want.
A female deer.
But-
Jeff is definitely a man.
But so then I had an idea. Chance again mentioned a squirrel not wearing a watch or something like that, and so now I have an idea for a meme I need to make. It's not done yet, but it's a squirrel looking at his watch and saying, "Hey Jeff, do you got the time?" And the deer's just saying, "What the fuck," So
Nice.
Yeah, it had to do with the idea that in nature, things don't have names.
No proper nouns.
Or there are no things. It's just expression of life as a verb. But that's a really wild nickel. I love ground scores like that, dude. Epic.
Well, didn't Adam and Eve walk around the garden and then assign birth certificates to all the creatures and register them with social security numbers? And
it's actually what they did. They put together something kind of like the first DMV, Alan. That was the first
maybe Josh has the answer to that
10th
question.
day.
When Adam and Eve were walking around the Garden of Eden and they were giving names to all the animals, did they give them like unique names, like like specific names for each animal, like you'd name your pet or something?
Well, actually, even if you're mentioning that in jest, I would like to mention that there is something known as the green language of the birds, or the twilight language.
Yeah.
And yes, so they knew their true names as
True speech, yes.
And if you know the name of something, you control it, or you can. So yes, I think that they understood very well, but they fell. So taxonomy has been quite the hobby of humankind since then, and we try to categorize and dominate everything on Earth ever since. But of course, we're doing it in a much more corrupt intended, for we were supposed to be stewards of it. The servant of all is the leader, after all. And so
we do want to be good stewards of time, and Jeff, yes, on screen has joined us and has shared something very interesting with us. So if you have more to say while you're still with us, or if you need to go to sleep soon.
No, that's it. I'm leaving now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks
We
for
look
showing us the
forward
coin, man.
to
That's pretty badass.
yeah, join us again on another Wednesday night.
Yeah, for sure.
And a wooden nickel's made of trees.
Yeah, that's true. That is a trippy ground score. Makes me wonder to do some research on it now. Kill your masters. What else do you guys remember? What else it said?
The time is now.
Time is now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
probably just some anti-propaganda, huh?
Probably. What was kind of interesting is I picked a book to read before knowing that Rel was coming and what she was bringing, and I picked the Celestine Prophecy. If any of you are familiar with that.
Oh, that's a good one.
I haven't heard it for years and years, but yeah.
Great book.
But ties in the ideas of the plants and thoughts, energy, intention, and all of that. So that was kind of a fun sync.
Trippy.
Love it.
Yeah, that's a wonderful book. Another book that was apparently swallowed up by Hollywood and offered on a sacrifice of the silver screen to completely maybe dissuade people from actually reading the book for themselves.
Oh, really? It was made into a movie?
There is a film screen adaptation. I don't know if it was literally shot on like 35 millimeter film or in Technicolor, or if it was just a video camera, but there is an adaptation to it. It might just be made for TV. I don't know.
Is Matthew Broderick in that movie?
I don't think so.
For some reason, it comes to mind.
I was told just to forget that it even exists. So I did that, and then I read the book. And now that I've read the book, I might be more inclined to watch the movie. Maybe.
Yeah, it's definitely better to go in after you've read the book and not paint your mind with the movie beforehand.
It's that Disney Imagineering. I want my imagination to read the words on the page and absorb all the knowledge therein without watching a screen adaptation that polishes all the points to a fine, shiny image that is good for a movie viewing audience. Of course, the movie viewing audience needing to be the widest possible audience.
Dumped down.
The lowest common denominator.
Well, it is disappointing that even what we know of in the past to be something more like independent and available artistic ventures seems like it's all evaporated, and now it's just this we're in this weird twilight of everything. I totally agree with Alan. Like, what the fuck, guys? Can we at least allow a few independent producers, say $500,000 or a couple $1,000,000 to do something? Or do we just really have to watch the next fucking Spider-Man movie that you make? That's it. Nothing else.
That's a very good question.
Well, we know the answer. It's the next Spider-Man movie's coming up pretty soon. So
well,
get ready to watch it.
There's hope. There is absolute hope as people are growing so tired of all the old stories, and when we move to a new age of man, I don't want to apply specific language to that because people have ideas about the language I use and what it means. I'm just suggesting in general that in the next few years, our course of human evolution of our thoughts and ideas and expressions and abilities, some of them might be quote unquote psychic abilities or quote unquote supernatural abilities or miraculous, whatever that is, whatever that thing is, those stories to relate to that are needing to be written to explain how did we go through the year 2020 and how did those that survived to a older age, what story do they have to pass on to their grandchildren, their great-great-grandchildren. And those are the stories of our, I don't know, postmodern, whatever the moment is now, whoever is alive 40 years from now, and they didn't live through the January 6th historical event, mythological event that is in their history books, and
It's
that the year
106 right now,
2020.
when you said January 6th.
Nice.
It is 106 Central Time. The 1/6 incident. So that's just kind of me rambling on about how there is a need for archivists and historians and people like you and me to write our diaries of our true perspectives about what we saw and witnessed, to bear witness to that, so that we can preserve that, versus the history of the McDonald's Corporation or the IBM Corporation or whatever corporations are vying for political influence and control. Clearly, they're going to write their corporate history of mankind up into, the year 2060 or whatever. Was that idea vibrating and resonating with any of you guys?
Yeah.
No, absolutely, yeah. I'm doing it proactively all the time, trying to document something and leave it for posterity.
Does Interverse count?
Of course it does.
Right now, I'm going through an old journal and I'm tagging this, just the most random of many, many, many notes. But just as we're having this conversation, I think it's interesting. The government document, if anybody wants to look it up, for the proliferation of the term conspiracy theorist,
nice,
comes from the 1965 CIA memo number 1035-960. And that's a good one for posterity for sure.
Yeah, I like to show people that when they are talking too much about, I guess, just being maybe towing the line a little bit more than what I'm comfortable with. When I was young, I used to kind of really do outrageous things like hand people fists full of 9/11 conspiracy DVDs and they watch them all, but I don't do those kind of things anymore. So I do try to let people know that if they keep, I don't know, to me anymore, the biggest conspiracy theorists are the ones that talk about conspiracy theories as if they're anything other than what they really are, which is some limited hangout gauge of real truth somewhere else that may get you killed if you go find it. So
SB, how do we preserve our history as who we are, if we're specifically speaking of the Weaving Spiders Welcome and Interverse family, and we're doing interviews and we're having conversations, and it's all digital, ephemeral media, and if it's not etched in stone or made into a valuable piece of symbolic art on a canvas, if it's not something of value and worth, and if it's not printed words on a page in the highest quality archival paper with high archival quality inks, right? Because we have pulpy paperback books that are meant to be read and then thrown away and recycled.
Right.
So NFTs of episodes doesn't count as real value.
No. I think Alan's asking are truly dead serious.
They are valuable.
I was just making a joke.
Yeah, no, that was really funny.
Will they last? Do we have to put them in USB thumb drives and then put them in those time capsules and bury them, 8 feet deep into the earth?
At the very least, keep archives on
in a Faraday cage,
external hard drives for sure.
Right.
We have to burn them onto archival DVD if we really want them to last. Everything else is going to die less than 100 years.
Well, going back to SB, I think it was talking about, I had some flat earth ideas in my mind, and then I couldn't watch Star Trek or Star Wars or any space operas because I didn't like how they were representing space. And then it's like, well, now I'm in a new mental space where I'm appreciating the ideas and the human dramas and the stories that can only be told in, space.
Yeah.
But then it's like, well,
I
we
just
have
treat
this,
space like a fantasy story. Sci-fi is fantasy with different costumes.
Well, to me, the
point
space
I want to
is-
highlight specifically
ahead.
at this
Yeah,
point
sorry.
is if we don't write down the ideas in clear language English in a book where all the words that we put in that book also are defined within that book, so it's completely self-contained, because it has to be self-contained, right? If all the other books burn up, are flooded, or literally book burned, and if all we have are digital ebooks and all the batteries expire and all the screens become digital waste, if the only thing that exists, 100 years from now, 1,000 years, whatever, are words on pages of paper, right? So we have the Bible that's preserved. When you ask somebody, what's the oldest preserved book that we have, and they're like, well, it's probably the Bible. And what does Bible mean? Book. So it's a book that's preserved over time. 1,000 years from now, if everything is burned up and destroyed in wars and whatever, and all that exists for archivists and archaeologists to find are, Coptic jars of clay that were sealed away with, words on pages preserved in them deep into the earth.
Maybe I have an answer in a way. Maybe not a scribe answer, but what we're doing is really just the resurgence of the oral tradition. And because so many of us are talking and even more are listening, the important ideas will be distilled and carried forward into the future. But the stories of what happened will be mythologized, whether or not they're put into text, I think. So, yeah, I don't know your point about the digital stuff disappearing. That does seem very possible. But
I'm just thinking Vatican Library.
Now to write
what is that filled with?
Onto bacterial DNA now.
Right. I mean, maybe that's the science fiction future. Maybe it is. But if the Vatican Library exists in whatever form, and we've seen pictures of books in that library, and we talk about the Library of Alexandria containing all these books, and like everything is words written in ink on paper and preserved for the longest amount of time. If you ever try to back up your computer files and you go from Windows to Mac to Linux to Android to whatever the new thing is, will it even be compatible with the old file formats?
Good point.
Can we just put those words on the highest quality paper with the highest quality ink and seal it in waterproof containers and then bury it deep into the earth and preserve it in that way?
You could, sure.
If you're going to do that, then you have to make a foolproof system for someone to be able to raise it back up from underground, or it'll be lost.
There's one thing to maybe mention. So there are accounts of like the angels transcribing upon tablets of sapphire or emerald tablets of Thoth, or even in the story with Moses on Mount Sinai, the giving of the stone tablets, which there was versions of that, 40 laws, I think, and then 10 laws. And then, we look not just at the Bible, but at other verses, like the Vedas, for instance, means the verses. So the verses are kind of like something that's shared in many places, like even the Sumerians had a lot of that. And if you kind of look at the way they said the things they said, they would repeat them like 3 times so that they did stick in the mind. So it wasn't solely relying upon the written cuneiform, for instance, but it was living in the minds of the people. So I had a teacher that once, pardon?
We live in your mind.
Free now. So I had a teacher once that said repetition was the cardinal principle of learning. So, some of the more important things, the Anunnaki would say, they would repeat 3 times. So there's some type of spiritual underpinning, and perhaps even in how we were created by them, that kind of sticks. So maybe there is some type of mind control element there. Pardon, I don't mean to talk over you.
That's okay. Sorry. No, I don't. Yeah, that makes me think of memes and how
Oh
a
yeah.
lot of memes get repeated a lot, and then they stick in the mind. They stick in the mind. So we could like laser engrave stuff onto metal sheets. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, and in some cases there are even the copper scrolls that were found. So not always are they paper and jars, but sometimes there's a copper scroll, which I thought was kind of interesting because it seemed unique in that sense. But it's still very brittle. Gold would be better because it doesn't degrade or oxidize.
Do you imagine finding laser engraved memes in 1,000 years?
Now that's a really good idea, to make small 24 karat gold laser engraved memes and then seal them in hard acrylic or something really durable and long lasting that's clear, so that it's
Genius.
a preservative. That's a good idea.
And it could even be a QR code, for that matter. So it could have a digital
I think our descendants will look upon our laser engraved memes with the reverence that we look upon
the sound of aluminum foil is compelling me to mention that I hear the sound of aluminum foil.
It is quite loud, SB. Generally, it would be best for your mic etiquette to have mute until you intend to speak. I know it's not convenient, but you do a lot of tactile shit, which is awesome.
We love it.
But yeah, will our descendants look at the laser engraved memes the way that our current people look at the monolithic stone? Because I don't know if it will compare. Certain memes are better than others.
Well, you even look at the Pepe meme and it kind of shows like a frog sitting at a computer. So who knows, man? Maybe it's been around and we're just rediscovering them. It says there's nothing new under the sun after all. So it's kind of funny to think how many of these ideas have been floating around in the ether, and we're just vessels to catch them once in a while. And, the zeitgeist, as it were, for certain inventions can occur across vast distances just because two minds caught this, two cups caught the same flavored drink, as it were, and produced this thing in reality. So I think that no matter what, it's always out there. Whether we record it or not, it becomes written in a sense. And again, going back to the Anunnaki types and such, the stories about these beings who had a quality of their voice. Think of how thoughtful they had to be before they spoke, because when they spoke, it literally changed reality. So I think we kind of are, I don't know, maybe blunted in that regard, that we don't have that ability, but maybe they could just dictate something and then it would transcribe to a tablet. But
I have something to say on that subject, and it's just beautiful that we've circled back to it. So about 20 minutes, maybe 40 minutes ago, we were talking about this green speak, right, Joshua?
Yeah, the green language of the birds.
Yes.
But also the twilight language, which often accompanies philosophical works or religious texts, because there's the esoteric and the exoteric.
Right.
I think about the twilight language, real quick insertion, as possibly, I know it's a reference to the fact that it's dimly lit, it's there, but you can't necessarily see it. But also I think of the primordial Eden in the electric cosmic egg with the perpetual twilight or endless morning.
Bada boom, you got it, brother. So that, touching on that subject just a minute ago, and now here we are back on it. It inspired me to get out some old notes, and I have a word that, yes, from the dream time.
From the dreams times. Are you writing your notes on yellow legal pads?
Well, it's getting more yellow every year, yes.
That's the yellowed pages, right? They'll bleach paper to make it as white as possible. But I'm still trying to figure out the answer to why is the yellow legal pad yellow, and why is that more legal than a white pad?
Perhaps we should look up yellow in the Black's Law Dictionary.
Yeah.
See if there are any special things.
Yeah.
So about Twilight, before we get off that too far.
Yeah.
So yes, the dawn of time was a twilight of sorts, just like end of time will be Ragnarok, which literally translates to twilight of the gods. So in the beginning you have equinox, at the end you'll have an equinox. And I know the Thelemites even focus a lot on the equinoxes, which again is the first month and the seventh month, the spring and fall, for instance, which together do make 17, incidentally. But that's all about judgment. And the Sabbatean Frankists want to force that judgment, I think. But anyway, I digress.
That's 17. That's the seventh prime number from the seven seals. So here we go. This is from my notes from quite a while ago when I was learning some very interesting terms like Den Kromverlust is a German word for the loss of thinking space. And my definition here is the tendency of the human mind to confuse the sign with the thing being signified, or the name with its bearer, or the image and the prototype. The difference between metaphorical and literal. It's a very important concept to bring forward in the conversation of the straw man. But at the bottom of this page, I have captured a very important term for that primordial language, the language that created. And it's called, another German word, it's Urspracht, Urspracht, Urspracht. And the definition I have here is language which not only represented reality, but literally forged it. And then I have Greenspeak, Twilight language, language of Ur, the existence of a semiotic system in which there is no difference, formal or otherwise, between the being of language and the language of being. No divorce between semiotics and ontology.
Yeah, I am that I am.
Exactly.
Meow.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'm glad we went on this subject because I needed to dig that back up and reinstate it into my vernacular, the Urspracht.
Well, and really, that's kind of what it was. If you read Genesis, there was nothing but the watery abyss. So I like to think of that as a canvas. And then it wasn't until things were spoken that things begin to create. So you can think of color as vibration and things of material things as vibration, for instance. So, everything descended out of the divine into material existence. So the true underpinning of reality is the spirit that we don't even see because we only operate in certain bandwidths, with our senses. Which is interesting when you think about what happened in the Garden of Eden, because never once does it mention the sense of smell in the fall. It's only the eyes, because the fruit looked good. It sounded good, what she was hearing. The term naga for snake is to press up against. So there was even a physical element there of feeling that press, and then the fruit tasted good, of course, because she then shared it, but never once does it say that it smelled good. And so we were given breath by our creator through the nostrils. So I find it interesting that, the only place that God's lips touched our body was not our mouth, but our nose, apparently. And it wasn't even involved in the fall. Which is interesting also because the breath of life, the Ruach HaKodesh, is what the Holy Spirit's kind of described as. So I just personally find that really fascinating that, we are considered a work of art by our creator in that regard. And we were supposed to be like the curator for this museum of oddities and strange creatures that, it created. I just find it all kind of fascinating, but I know you got to have an imagination to believe in God, in my opinion.
I like that. Yeah, I like that. I was thinking the other day about how the nose.
I would say God is imagination.
Right on.
Pure imagination. Like if the all is mind, and then you can simplify the concept of God and imagination by considering how imagining is not a form of thought. Thinking is a form of imagining. Imagining is primary to thought. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the original cause, the original thought, the spark, it's all an intrigue to me. And I kind of find it emblematic of the pineal gland, because for me, that's kind of where it's all seated seated, but sounds like seated.
Mm-hmm.
But the Ein Sof, or sometimes it's called, and other points of philosophy like mathematical applications, they talk about the point, which is nowhere, and the circumference that is everywhere. So this boundless creation that echoes throughout the universe. And so again, going back to how do we preserve things? So the universe isn't just our stories, but all of creation singing a song, but one song, and we all have a part in that chorus. And so I find that whenever you go out in the evening times, especially right before twilight, you'll hear all the chorus of insects. There are different ones. It's like this section, that section, just like an orchestra. And then at a certain hour, when the angle of light changes, you get different angelic influences, and the cast of characters change, just so the stage is always changing throughout each second and minute of the day. Even spirits and angels all have their associations with different hours, and they all govern different animals and different kingdoms and things of that nature. So anyway, I find it very so fascinating. I forgot what I was talking about. But there you have it.
Kaylee, you want to bust out some Celestine prophecy action?
Yeah, dude. I was just thinking though, just to kind of tie astrology into what you were just saying, Joshua, because I have to. The different angels ruling different hours of the day, that makes me think of the ancient astrology technique of different planets ruling different hours of the day.
Yeah,
that's really cool.
The music
anyway,
of the spheres.
Totally, yes. Yeah, is my mic good?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Celestine prophecy. First chapter, a critical mass. I drove up to the restaurant and parked, then leaned back in my seat to think for a moment. Charlene, I knew, would already be inside waiting to talk with me. But why? I hadn't heard a word from her in 6 years. Why would she have shown up now, just when I had sequestered myself in the woods for a week? I stepped out of the truck and walked toward the restaurant. Behind me, the last glow of a sunset sank in the west and cast highlights of golden amber across the wet parking lot. Everything had been drenched an hour earlier by a brief thunderstorm, and now the summer evening felt cool and renewed, and because of the fading light, almost surreal. A half moon hung overhead. As I walked, old images of Charlene filled my mind. Was she still beautiful? Intense? How would time have changed her? And what was I to think of this manuscript she had mentioned, this ancient artifact found in South America that she couldn't wait to tell me about? I have a 2-hour layover at the airport, she'd said on the telephone. Can you meet me for dinner? You're going to love what this manuscript says. It's just your kind of mystery. My kind of mystery? What did she mean by that? Inside, the restaurant was crowded. Several couples waited for tables. When I found the hostess, she told me Charlene had already been seated and directed me towards a terraced area above the main dining room. I walked up the steps and became aware of a crowd of people surrounding one of the tables. The crowd included 2 policemen. Suddenly, the policeman turned and rushed past me and down the steps. As the rest of the people dispersed, I could see past them to the person who seemed to have been the center of attention, a woman still seated at the table. Charlene. I quickly walked up to her. Charlene, what's going on? Is anything wrong? She tossed her head back in mock exasperation and stood up, flashing her famous smile. I noticed that her hair was perhaps different, but her face was exactly as I remembered. Small, delicate features, wide mouth, huge blue eyes. You wouldn't believe it, she said, pulling me into a friendly hug. I went to the restroom a few minutes ago, and while I was gone, someone stole my briefcase. What was in it? Nothing of importance, just some books and magazines I was taking along for the trip. It's crazy. The people at the other tables told me someone just walked in, picked up, and walked out. They gave the police a description, and the officers said they would search the area. Maybe I should help them look. No, don't, let's forget about it. I don't have much time, and I want to talk with you. I nodded, and Charlene suggested we sit down. A waiter approached, so we looked over the menu and gave him our order. Afterward, we spent 10 or 15 minutes chatting in general. I tried to underplay my self-imposed isolation, but Charlene picked up on my vagueness. She leaned over and gave me that smile again. So what's really going on with you? She asked. I looked at her eyes and the intense way she was looking at me. You want the whole story immediately, don't you? Always, she said. Well, the truth is, I'm taking some time for myself right now and staying at the lake. I've been working hard and I'm thinking about changing directions in my life. I remember you talking about that lake. I thought you and your sister had to sell it. Not yet, but the problem is property taxes. Because the land is so close to the city, the taxes keep increasing. She nodded. So what are you going to do next? I don't know yet, something different. She gave me an intriguing look. Sounds as if you're as restless as everyone else. I suppose, I said. Why do you ask? It's in the manuscript. There was silence as I returned her gaze. Tell me about this manuscript, I said. She leaned back in her chair as if to gather her thoughts, then looked me in the eye again. I mentioned on the phone, I think, that I left the newspaper several years ago and joined a research firm that investigates cultural and demographic changes for the UN. My last assignment was in Peru. While I was there completing some research at the University of Lima, I kept hearing rumors about an old manuscript that had been discovered. Only no one could give me any of the details, not even at the departments of archaeology or anthropology. And when I contacted the government about it, they denied any knowledge whatsoever. One person told me that the government was actually working to suppress this document for some reason. I thought again he had, although again, he had no direct knowledge. You know me, she continued. I'm curious. When my assignment was over, I decided to stay around for a couple of days to see what I could find out. At first, every lead I pursued turned out to be another dead end. But then, while I was eating lunch in a cafe outside of Lima, I noticed a priest watching me. After a few minutes, he walked over and admitted that he had heard me inquiring about the manuscript earlier in the day. He wouldn't reveal his name, but he agreed to answer all my questions. She hesitated for a moment, still looking at me intensely. He said the manuscript dates back to around 600 BC. It predicts a massive transformation in human society. Beginning when? I asked. In the last decades of the 20th century. Now? Yes, now. What kind of transformation is this supposed to be? I asked. She looked embarrassed for a moment, then with force said, The priest told me it's a kind of renaissance in consciousness, occurring very slowly. It's not religious in nature, but it is spiritual. We're discovering something new about human life on this planet and what our existence means. And according to the priest, this knowledge will alter human culture dramatically. She paused again, then added, The priest told me the manuscript is divided into segments or chapters, each devoted to a particular insight into life. The manuscript predicts that in this time period, human beings will begin to grasp these insights sequentially, one insight then another, as we move from where we are now to completely spiritual culture on Earth. I shook my head and raised an eyebrow cynically. Do you really believe all this? Well, she said, I think. Look around, I interrupted, pointing at the crowd sitting in the room below us. This is the real world. Do you see anything changing out here? Just as I said that, an angry remark erupted from a table near the far wall, a remark I couldn't understand, but which was loud enough to hush the entire room. At first, I thought the disturbance was another robbery, but then I realized it was only an argument. A woman appearing to be in her 30s was standing up and staring indignantly at a man seated across from her. No, she yelled. The problem is that this relationship is not happening the way I wanted. Do you understand? It's not happening. She composed herself, tossed her napkin on the table, and walked out. Charlene and I stared at each other, shocked that the outburst had occurred at the very moment we were discussing the people below us. Finally, Charlene nodded toward the table where the man remained alone and said, it's the real world that's changing. How? I asked, still off balance. The transformation is beginning with the first insight, and according to the priest, this insight always surfaces unconsciously at first, as a profound sense of restlessness. Restlessness? Yes. What are we looking for? That's just it. At first we aren't sure. According to the manuscript, we're beginning to glimpse an alternative kind of experience. Moments in our lives that feel somehow different, more intense and inspiring. But we don't know what this experience is or how to make it last. And when it ends, we're left feeling dissatisfied and restless with a life that seems ordinary again. You think this restlessness was behind the woman's anger? Yes, she's just like the rest of us. We're all looking for more fulfillment in our lives, and we won't put up with anything that seems to bring us down. This restless searching is what's behind the me first attitude that has characterized recent decades, and it's affecting everyone from Wall Street to street gangs. She looked directly at me. And when it comes to relationships, we're so demanding that we're making them near impossible. Her remark brought back the memory of my last two relationships. Both had begun intensely, and both within a year had failed. When I focused on Charlene again, she was waiting patiently. What exactly are we doing to our romantic relationships? I asked. I talked with the priest a long time about this, she replied. He said that when both partners in a relationship are overly demanding, when each expects the other to live in his or her world, to always be there to join in his or her chosen activity, an ego battle inevitably develops. What she said struck home. My last two relationships had indeed degenerated into power struggles. In both situations, we had found ourselves in a conflict of agendas. The pace had been too fast. We had too little time to coordinate our different ideas about what to do, where to go, what interests to pursue. In the end, the issue of who would lead, who would determine the direction for the day, had become an irresolvable difficulty. Because of this control battle, Charlene continued, the manuscript says we will find it very difficult to stay the same person for any length of time. That doesn't seem very spiritual, I said. That's exactly what I told the priest, she replied. He said to remember that while most of society's recent ills can be traced to this restlessness and searching, this problem is temporary and will come to an end. We're finally becoming conscious of what we're really looking for and what this other, more fulfilling experience really is. When we grasp it fully, we'll have attained the first insight. Our dinner arrived, so we paused for several minutes as the waiter poured more wine and to taste each other's food. When she reached across the table to take a bite of salmon from my plate, Charlene wrinkled her nose and giggled. I realized how easy it was to be with her. Okay, I said. What is this experience we're looking for? What is the first insight? She hesitated as though unsure how to begin. This is hard to explain, she said, but the priest put it this way. He said the first insight occurs when we become conscious of the coincidences in our lives. She leaned towards me. Have you ever had a hunch or intuition concerning something you wanted to do, some course you wanted to take in your life, and wondered how it might happen? And then, after you had half forgotten about it and focused on other things, you suddenly met someone or read something or went somewhere that led to the very opportunity you envisioned? Well, she continued, according to the priest, these coincidences are happening more and more frequently, and that when they do, they strike us as beyond what would be expected by pure chance. They feel destined, as though our lives had been guided by some unexplained force. The experience induces a feeling of mystery and excitement, and as a result, we feel more alive. The priest told me that this is the experience that we've glimpsed and that we're now trying to manifest all the time. More people every day are convinced that this mysterious movement is real and that it means something, and that something else is going on beneath everyday life. This awareness is the first insight. She looked at me expectantly, but I said nothing. Don't you see? She asked. The first insight is a reconsideration of the inherent mystery that surrounds our individual lives on this planet. We are experiencing these mysterious coincidences, and even though we don't understand them yet, we know they are real. We are sensing again, as in childhood, that there is another side of life that we have yet to discover, some other process operating behind the scenes. Charlene was leaning further towards me, gesturing with her hands as she spoke. You're really into this, aren't you? I asked. I can remember a time, she said sternly, when you talked about these kinds of experiences. Her comment jolted me. She was right. There had been a period in my life where I had indeed experienced such coincidences and had even tried to understand them psychologically. Somewhere along the way, my view had changed. I had begun to regard such perceptions as immature and unrealistic for some reason, and I had stopped even noticing. I looked directly at Charlene, and she said defensively, I was probably reading Eastern philosophy or Christian mysticism at that time. That's what you remember. Anyway, what you're calling the first insight has been written about many times, Charlene. What's different now? How is a perception of mysterious occurrences going to lead to a cultural transformation? Charlene looked down at the table for an instant, then back at me. Don't misunderstand, she said. Certainly, this consciousness has been experienced and described before. In fact, the priest made a point to say that the first insight wasn't new. He said individuals have been aware of these unexplained coincidences throughout history, that this has been that this has been the perception behind many great attempts at philosophy and religion. But the difference now lies in the numbers. According to the priest, the transformation is occurring now because the number of individuals having this awareness all at the same time. What did he mean exactly? I asked. He told me the manuscript says the number of people who are conscious of such coincidences would begin to grow dramatically in the 6th decade of the 20th century. He said that this growth would continue until sometime near the beginning of the following century, when we would reach a specific level of such individuals, a level I think of as a critical mass. The manuscript predicts, she went on, that once we reach this critical mass, the entire culture will begin to take these coincidental experiences seriously. We will wonder, en masse, what mysterious process underlies human life on this planet. And it will be this question, asked at the same time by enough people, that will allow the other insights to also come into consciousness. Because according to the manuscript, when a sufficient number of individuals seriously question what's going on in life, we will begin to find out. The other insights will be revealed one after the other. She paused to take a bite of food. And when we grasp the other insights, I asked, then the culture will shift. That's what the priest told me, she said. I looked at her for a moment, contemplating the idea of a critical mass, then said, you know, this all sounds awfully sophisticated for a manuscript written in 600 BC. I know, she replied. I raised the question myself, but the priest assured me that the scholars who first translated the manuscript were absolutely convinced of its authenticity, mainly because it was written in Aramaic, the same language in which much of the Old Testament was written. Aramaic in South America? How did it get there in 600 BC? The priest didn't know. Does his church support the manuscript? I asked. No, she said. He told me that most of the clergy were bitterly trying to suppress the manuscript. That's why he couldn't tell me his name. Apparently, talking about it at all was very dangerous for him. Did he say why most church officials were fighting against it? Yes, because it challenges the completeness of their religion. How? I don't know exactly. He didn't discuss it much, but apparently the other insights extend some of the church's traditional ideas in a way that alarms the church elders who think things are fine just the way they are. I see. The priest did say, Charlene went on, that he doesn't think the manuscript undermines any of the church's principles. If anything, it clarifies exactly what it meant by these spiritual truths. He felt strongly that the church leaders would see this fact if they would try to see life as a mystery again and then proceed through the other insights. Did he tell you how many insights there were? No, but he did mention the second insight. He told me it is a more correct interpretation of recent history, one that further clarifies the transformation. Did he elaborate on that? No, I didn't have time. He said he had to leave and take care of some business. We agreed to meet back at his house this afternoon, but when I arrived, he wasn't there. I waited 3 hours and he still didn't show up. Finally, I had to leave to catch my flight home. You mean you weren't able to talk with him anymore? That's right, I never saw him again. And you never received any confirmation about the manuscript from the government? None. And how long ago did this take place? About a month and a half. For several minutes, we ate in silence. Finally, Charlene looked up and asked, "So, what do you think?" "I don't know," I said. Part of me remained skeptical of the idea that human beings could really change, but another part of me was amazed to think that a manuscript which spoke in these terms might actually exist. "Did he show you a copy or anything?" I asked. "No, all I have are my notes." Again, we were silent. "You know," she said, "I had thought you would be really excited by these." I looked at her. "I guess I need some proof of what this manuscript says is true." She smiled broadly again. "What?" "That's exactly what I said, too." "To whom? The priest?" "Yes." "What did he say?" "He said that experience is the evidence." "What did he mean by that?" "He said that our experience validates what the manuscript says. When we truly reflect on how we feel inside, on how our lives are proceeding at this point in history, we can see that the ideas in the manuscript make sense, that they ring true." She hesitated. "Does it make sense to you?" I thought for a moment. Does it make sense? Is everyone as restless as me? And if so, does our restlessness result from this simple insight, this simple awareness built up for 30 years, that there is really more to life than we know, more than we can experience? "I'm not sure," I finally said. "I guess I need some time to think about it." I walked out to the garden beside the restaurant and stood beside a cedar bench facing the fountain. To my right, I could see the pulsating lights at the airport and hear the roaring engines of a jet ready for takeoff. "What beautiful flowers," Charlene said from behind me. I turned to see her walking toward me along the walkway, admiring the rows of petunias and begonias which bordered the sitting area. She stood beside me, and I put my arm around her. Memories flooded my mind. Years ago, when we had both lived in Charlottesville, Virginia, we had spent regular evenings together talking. Much of our discussions were about academic theories and psychological growth. We had both been fascinated by the conversations and by each other, yet it struck me how platonic our relationship had always been. "I can't tell you," she said, "how nice it is to see you again." "I know," I replied. "Seeing you brings back a lot of memories." "I wonder why we didn't stay in touch," she asked. Her question took me back again. I recalled the last time I had seen Charlene. She was telling me goodbye at my car. At the time, I felt full of new ideas and was departing from my hometown to work with severely abused children. I thought I knew how such children could transcend the intense reactions and the obsessive acting out that kept them from going on with their lives. But as time progressed, my approach had failed. I had to admit my ignorance. How humans might liberate themselves from their pasts was still an enigma to me. Looking back over the previous 6 years, I now felt sure the experience had been worthwhile. Yet I also felt the urge to move on. But to where? To do what? I had thought of Charlene only a few times since she had helped me crystallize my ideas about childhood trauma. And now here she was again, back in my life, and our conversation felt just as exciting as before. "I guess I got totally absorbed in my work," I said. "So did I," she replied. "At the paper, it was one story after another. I didn't have time to look up. I forgot about everything else." I squeezed her shoulder. "You know, Charlene, I had forgotten how well we talked together. Our conversation seemed so easy and spontaneous." Her eyes and smile confirmed my perception. "I know," she said. "Conversations with you give me so much energy." I was about to make another comment when Charlene stared past me toward the entrance to the restaurant. Her face grew anxious and pale. "What's wrong?" I asked, turning to look in the direction. Several people were walking towards the parking lot, talking casually, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I turned to face Charlene again. She still appeared alarmed and confused. "What was it?" "Over by the first row of cars. Did you see that man in the gray shirt?" I looked toward the parking lot again. Another group was exiting through the door. "What man?" "I guess he's not there now," she said, straining to see. She looked directly into my eyes. When the people at the other tables described the man who stole my briefcase, they said he had thinning hair and a beard and wore a gray shirt. I think I just saw him over there by the cars, watching us. A knot of anxiety formed in my stomach. I told Charlene I would be right back and walked to the parking lot to look around, careful not to get too far away. I saw no one who fit the description. When I returned to the bench, Charlene took a step close to me and said softly, "Do you suppose this person thinks I have a copy of the manuscript, and that's why he took my briefcase? He's trying to get it back." "I don't know," I said, "but we're going to call the police again and tell them what you saw. I think they also ought to check out the passengers on your flight." We walked inside and called the police, and when they arrived, we informed them of what had occurred. They spent 20 minutes checking each car, then explained that they could invest no more time. They did agree to check all the passengers boarding the plane Charlene would be on. After the police had left, Charlene and I found ourselves standing alone again by the fountain. "What were we talking about anyway?" she asked before I saw that man. "We were talking about us," I replied. "Charlene, why did you think to contact me about all this?" She gave me a perplexed look. "When I was in Peru and the priest was telling me about the manuscript, you kept popping into my mind." "Oh, yeah?" "I didn't think too much about it then," she continued, "but later, after I returned to Virginia, every time I would think of the manuscript, I would think of you. I started to call several times, but I always got distracted. Then I received this assignment in Miami that I'm headed to now and discovered after I boarded the plane that I had a layover here. When I landed, I looked up your number. Your answering machine said to contact you at the lake only in an emergency, but I decided it would be okay to call." I looked at her for a moment, unsure of what to think. "Of course," I finally replied. "I'm glad you did." Charlene glanced at her watch. "It's getting late. I'd better get back to the airport." "I'll drive you," I said. We drove to the main terminal and walked toward the embarkation area. I watched carefully for anything unusual. When we arrived, the plane was already boarding, and one of the policemen we had met was observing each passenger. When we approached him, he told us that he had observed everyone scheduled to board, and no one fit the description of the thief. We thanked him, and after he had left, Charlene turned and smiled at me. "I guess I had better go," she said, reaching out to hug my neck. "Here are my numbers. Let's keep in touch this time." "Listen," I said, "I want you to be careful. If you see anything strange, call the police." "Don't worry about me," she replied. "I'll be fine." For an instant, we looked deeply into each other's eyes. "What are you going to do about this manuscript?" I asked. "I don't know. Listen for news reports about it, I guess." "What if it's suppressed?" She gave me another one of her full smiles. "I knew it," she said. "You're hooked. I told you you'd love it. What are you going to do?" I shrugged. "See if I could find out more about it, probably." "Good. If you do, let me know." We said goodbye again and she walked away. I watched as she turned once and waved, then disappeared down the boarding corridor. I walked to my truck and drove back to the lake, stopping only for gas. When I arrived, I looked out to the screen. Ugh. When I arrived, I looked out to the screened porch and sat in one. Oh my God. I walked out to the screened porch and sat in one of the rockers. The evening was loud with crickets and tree frogs, and in the distance I could hear a whippoorwill. Across the lake, the moon had sunk lower in the west and sent a rippled line of reflection toward me on the water surface. The evening had been interesting, but I was still skeptical about the whole idea of a cultural transformation. Like many people, I'd been caught up in the social idealism of the 60s and 70s, and even the spiritual interests of the 80s, but it was hard to judge what was really happening. What kind of new information could possibly alter the entire human world? It all sounded too idealistic and far-fetched. After all, humans had been alive on this planet for a long time. Why would we suddenly gain insight into existence now, in this late date? I gazed at the water for a few more minutes, then turned off the lights and went into the bedroom to read. There's a quick break there, and just like a couple more pages. Drink break. Hold on. Okay. The next morning, I awoke suddenly with a dream still fresh in my mind. For a minute or two, I stared at the bedroom ceiling, remembering it fully. I had been making my way through a forest, searching for something. The forest was large and exceptionally beautiful. In my quest, I found myself in a number of situations in which I felt totally lost and bewildered, unable to decide how to proceed. Incredibly, at each of these moments, a person would appear out of nowhere, as though by design, to clarify where I needed to go next. I never became aware of the object of my search, but the dream had left me feeling incredibly upbeat and confident. I sat up and noticed a beam of sunlight coming through the window across the room. It sparkled with suspended dust particles. I walked over and pulled back the curtains. The day was radiant. Blue sky, bright sunshine. A stiff breeze gently rocked the trees. The lake would be rippled and glistening this time of day, and the wind chilly against a swimmer's wet skin. I walked outside and dove in. I surfaced and swam out to the middle of the lake, turning on my back to look at the familiar mountains. The lake rested in a deep valley where 3 mountain ridges converged, a perfect lake site discovered by my grandfather in his youth. It had now been 100 years since he had first walked these ridges, a child explorer, a prodigy, growing up in a world that was still wild with cougar and boar and Creek Indians that lived in primitive cabins up on the North Ridge. He had sworn at the time that one day he would live in this perfect valley with its massive old trees and 7 springs, and finally he had. Later to build a lake and a cabin, and to take countless walks with a young grandson. I never quite understood my grandfather's fascination with this valley, but I had always tried to preserve the land even when civilization encroached and surrounded. From the middle of the lake, I could see a particular rock outcropping near the crest of the North Ridge. The day before, in the tradition of my grandfather, I had climbed that overhang, trying to find some peace in the view, and in the smells, and in the way the wind whirled in the treetops. And as I had sat up there surveying the lake and the dense foliage in the valley below, I had slowly felt better, as if the energy and the perspective were dissolving some block in my mind. A few hours later, had been talking with Charlene and hearing about the manuscript. I swam back and pulled myself up to the wooden pier in front of the cabin. I knew all this was too much to believe. I mean, here I was hiding out in these hills, feeling totally disenchanted with my life, when out of the blue, Charlene shows up and explains the cause of my restlessness, quoting some old manuscript that promises the secret of human existence. Yet I also knew that Charlene's arrival was exactly the sort of coincidence of which the manuscript spoke, one that seemed too unlikely to be a mere chance event. Could this ancient document be correct? Have we been slowly building, in spite of our denial and cynicism, a critical mass of people conscious to these coincidences? Or humans now in a position to understand this phenomenon, and thus, finally, to understand the purpose behind life itself? What, I wondered, would this new understanding be? Would the remaining insights of this manuscript, or in this manuscript, tell us, as the would the remaining insights in this manuscript tell us, as the priest had said? I faced a decision. Because of the manuscript, I felt a new direction open in my life, a new point of interest. The question was what to do now. I could remain here, or I could find a way to explore further. The issue of danger entered in my mind. Who had stolen Charlene's briefcase? Was it someone working to suppress the manuscript? How could I know? I thought about the possible risk for a long time, but finally my mood of optimism prevailed. I decided not to worry. I would be careful and go slowly. I walked inside and called the travel agency with the largest ad in the yellow pages. What? The agent with whom I spoke said he could indeed arrange a trip to Peru. In fact, by chance, there was a cancellation I could fill, a flight with reservations already confirmed at a hotel in Lima. I could have the whole package at a discount, he said, if I could leave in 3 hours. 3 hours? Boom, chapter 1.
Cool, thank you.
Could you read the line about the yellow pages again?
Yes. That was funny. Says, I'll read from that paragraph. I thought about the possible risk for a long time, but finally my mood of optimism prevailed. I decided not to worry. I would be careful and go slowly. I walked inside and called the travel agency with the largest ad in the yellow pages.
The yellow pages, and you ended reading right on the hour mark. It's 2 a.m. Central Time here.
Wow, magic. Coincidences.
I'm about to bail out of here, you guys.
Perfect. Have
Appreciate
sweet
you all very
dreams.
much.
Thank you
You
so much,
too.
Sean.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Farewell.
Much
Good
love,
night,
SB.
Sean.
We'll see you guys soon. I'll stick some pictures up in the art group and the gallery once I run these recent things through the fire, because they're a little different than my other stuff. At least the dragon is. Pardon me, wyvern.
The wyvern in the oven.
Oh, may I mention something
Yeah.
about the wyvern? So his name is A through L, and
Mhm.
he's bound with bronze, which is an alloy, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, that's good.
Nice. Nice.
Well, I'd say ahoy hoy, but it's okay bye, okay bye.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Good night, Sean.
It's long.
Wow. Yeah. The yellow pages. That's where you turn into a phone book to find a business that can provide a solution to your problem, or more specifically, an answer to a question you have. The yellow pages.
And while reading about coincidences, that's funny. Some good shit.
I think it's interesting how the Celestine prophecies was predicting the internet, and so many aspects of the story are hailing back to the old ways of social interaction. Like she left she got a message on his answering machine to call him at another house, and and they're talking about a manuscript, and it's like that book came out at the very end of all of those forms of technology.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I even noticed something as subtle as there being an S on the end of number. So she didn't give him her number, her numbers. I mean, maybe she had multiple phone numbers that you could call, like a landline here and a landline there, or
Bingo.
it's just
Yes.
right. That's kind of cool. Interesting. So we've
And-
already gone through a cultural shift, but not in the way that they're talking. Well, maybe, I don't know. What were we going to say, Alan?
Oh, I add that sometimes people say, I got your number, and then of course in the chat it came up as 42 was the answer to the Checkers Galaxy riddle.
Yes.
His number was that, apparently, or numbers rather.
I bet that was Snake.
I think so.
The Douglas Adams reference, classic.
Soul 42.
Yep.
Yeah, he mentions here in the chat, it's not the manuscript, it's the initiation, the call to adventure. Like Neo following the White Rabbit, for instance.
Like the judgment card. Honk honk. Just kind of put that out there.
Honk honk.
Funny, I was doing some research on that very angel. That's Israfil. That's the one that blows the trumpet to deanimate and reanimate things. So I was wondering, well, what was the note that they're playing, or perhaps the letter? And when we were reading about the golem, I'm not even sure what the book was, but Rachel was reading it. The golems were animated with the word emet, E-M-E-T, which means truth. And then the opposite of that, a lie would mean death, right? So they knock the E off and it would turn to met, which is death. So I wondered, when this trumpet is blown, the first time, is it adding the E to every vessel of creation? And then when blown once more, does it just simply knock the E off and all the vessels fall down like toy soldiers, as it were? So
ashes, ashes, we all fall down. E-I-E-I-O.
But that's
So you start with
but that's the name of the angel, Israfil. Just learned about him or the other day.
Is that the angel on the judgment card with the long trumpet?
I believe so, yes.
I'm not sure if that's
Additionally,
exactly what it intended to be, but that's the first card I think of when I think of the trumpet with an angel, the trumpet blast.
Yeah, and all the dead are rising. So it is tied to that aspect as well. And interestingly enough, another trait of that angel is that he ceaselessly praises God in 1,000 different languages. So one must wonder if the confusion at the Tower of Babel, this angel didn't play a part in that as well.
So in his name is seraph. Israfel has seraph in the name. In many languages, many fonts are serifed, like serif and sans serif.
Yes.
To have feet. This is interesting.
The idea of raising something from the dead might occur in a plant bed, as we have bulbs of plants that are winterized and appear to be dead, but then rise again when the weather and the sunlight allows the conditions for the presumed to be dead plant to rise again out of the earth. A lot of those rhizomes and root systems exist in the frozen earth under the layers of snow, and they do rise again like a rhizome.
Another thing to consider is some of them are bell-shaped, and a bellwether is the leader or a trendsetter. Also,
they put the bell on the lead sheep or goat to lead the herd.
One thing about that, though, they're not allowed to procreate, so they're kind of made a gelding, I guess, in that regard.
Yikes.
That's the only downside to it seems. But it kind of also applies to spirituality, like this, the priest, for instance, would be celibate, and so he wouldn't be doing it either. So I think part of that bell ringing, like we kind of talked about earlier, if you practice retaining your seed, for instance, you'll begin to recycle that energy, and I think that might contribute to the ringing as well. So maybe the parable of the wise and foolish virgins, having enough oil within your system, to light your candle or your lamp rather, which there are 7 branches on that menorah, just like your chakras. So I think it's like a spiritual food of sorts, if you will. Pardon that, I was on a tangent.
Thinking of the food necessary to feed houseplants. And I have a book here by Jerry Baker, America's Master Gardener. Plants are still like people. This is the sequel to, or rather the brand new edition of the best-selling classic, Plants Are Like People. So it's updated and expanded. And I can read some of this to you. It doesn't really have a long flow to it, as it's more of a reference book. But there's some great information in here about houseplants.
Speaking of plants. Go for it.
This is Houseplants, Living Room Landscapes. The way interest in houseplants has grown in the last few years is just astounding. 15 or 20 years ago, there were very few indoor gardeners. So let me go back and see, when was this edition of the book published? I think the first one was 1970s. This edition is from May of 1992. So that is almost, 30 years ago? It was 40 years ago. I can't do math. It's been a while and time passes quickly. Those who were around had a very limited selection of plants to work with. In those days, indoor gardening meant having a plant collection on a windowsill or in a vestibule. Things sure have changed. There are now more houseplants than people, and the assortment is virtually unlimited as to color, range, size, and shape. With the proper selection of plants, you can accent a piece of furniture, change the character of a room, or flatter an entire interior. With recent improvements in heating and lighting in today's houses and apartments, anyone can raise houseplants, even without the proverbial green thumb. You only need a little knowledge and common sense. Choose carefully. There are 5 basic types of houseplants to choose from: foliage plants, flowering houseplants, flowering pot plants, bulbs and corms and cacti. The foliage plants and flowering houseplants, like African violets, are permanent residents. Flowering houseplants and bulb or corm, C-O-R-M, plants are often holiday or special occasion plants that are temporary visitors. The cacti are the fun plants and collector's items. The fun of indoor gardening is in choosing the most suitable plants from the large selection available. But first, let's lay down some ground rules. Rule number 1, make sure that the plants you pick appeal to you and that you don't select them just because a person or book or Instagram or Pinterest or Tumblr recommends them. I added a few to that list. Rule 2, make sure that these plants are suitable for the conditions they must live in. Rule 3, be sure that they don't call for more time and experience than you have to offer. Ask yourself these questions before you make your final selection. Question number 1, what shape plant do I want? Upright, bushy, trailing, or climbing? The uprights consist of Aphelandra, Codium, Cordyline, Dracana, Ficus elastica, that's the rubber plant, Ficus lyrata, Garvillii, Pandanus, and Sansevieria. The bushy plants are Adantium, Azalea, Begonia, Coleus, Fatsia, Fitania, Maranta, Neantha, and St. Paulia, the African violet. Trailing plants consist of Begonia glaucophylla, Campanula isophylla, and Columnae. Ficus pumila, Fuchsia pendula, Helshine, Helxine, Saxifraga, Sarmentosa, Turdiscantia, Sabrina. And I promise you, these are not Harry Potter's spells. Harry Potter's spells. These are probably Latin words. And
but they
I'm
are
sure,
Potter spells.
I'm sure these are good magics. The climbing plants are Cissus, Cobi scandens, Ficus pumila, Hedera, Hoya, Philodendron scandens, Rosicis, Syndopsis, and Tetrastigma. With that mouthful, I will add that many of these plants have been given more popular brand names by people who have created an intellectual property trademark in a specific breed of plant, so they will give it a more suitable to pronounce English word. And yet, who can name these plants and who can know the true name of the plant? Question number 2. Do I want the plant to live in the same room permanently? If the answer is yes, avoid flowering pot plants. They only bloom indoors for a short while. Question number 3. Do I want a plant with colorful foliage? Lots of houseplants have colorful foliage, and variegated leaves. Variegated simply means that the leaves are multicolored. If you want color, choose from this list. Sansevieria, Peperomia magnoliafolia variegata, Dracena, Hedera helix, Zabrida pendula, or Ficus pumila. These plants require plenty of light. Other colors are available with Nidularium, Maranta, echolocation. Sounds good. Coleus, Begonia rex, Codium, Cordyline, Aphelandra, and Cissus discolor. Question 4. How much time and effort will I be able to give? Some houseplants are almost indestructible, while others are best left to experienced green thumbs. If you're a newcomer to the plant kingdom, or you're interested in plants mostly for interior design, then I'd recommend you select plants from the easy group. Plants that can stand a little cool weather and a certain amount of neglect or poor management. He lists some easy plants. Hedera, Cissus antarctica, Roycissus rhomboidea, Ficus pumila, Ficus elastica, that's the rubber plant. The Sansevieria, that's the mother-in-law's tongue. Philodendron scandens, Chlorophytum, and the list continues there. Easy flowering plants are also listed. Impatiens, fuchsia, and cactus plants. And as I read these Latin names, I wonder if it brings to mind what that plant looks like. Fortunately, today we have pictures that can show us the name of the plant alongside the photo of the plant. Many of these plants I can identify by visual means only, but to know their name and to go to a greenhouse, that's kind of the challenge. And then the fifth question is, what kind of living conditions am I going to offer my foliage friends? Here's a general description of growing conditions that we might find in most homes and apartments and the plants that will best fit these conditions. There are plants for dim and cool, bright but no sunlight, some sunlight each day, a bright sunny window, little heat in the winter, homes with gas heat, and then some for homes with poor humidity. So in a large reference book like this, it gives you a lot of information, and it seems like the best way to choose houseplants is probably by visiting other people's homes. If you go to someone else's home for dinner or for a poker game or something, and you kind of look around the house to see what plants they have, that you can kind of determine what plants are maybe the category of easy to care for plants. Do you guys have house plants in your house?
Many.
I have some that I've had for over 10 years, over 20 years, and those are the ones that I would recommend for my neighbors to probably take my clippings that I will root and then put it into a new pot.
I've got some of these jade plants that are about 20 years old. I mean, they're probably older than that because I got them off of clippings from a huge jade plant. It was like a 7-foot tall plant that this guy had, my old neighbor.
Cool. I love stories about houseplants and the sort of provenance of the, well, I love my grandma and she passed away and she gave us a houseplant, and I keep that alive and I remember her from it. Those for me were some Sansevieria plants that I tried to keep alive, but sometimes they just got a little bit too cold and the conditions weren't right for them to thrive. There's a knowledge that my grandmother had in taking care of these houseplants that was not passed down.
Yeah, my grandma was a whiz at taking care of orchids. She used to have like all these orchids in her like kitchen sort of dining room area, and they were beautiful. And I've never been able to keep an orchid alive for longer than a month. They're a little bit finicky, and if it gets like too hot or too cold by like a 5-degree difference, sometimes it's enough to send them into shock and they lose all their flowers, all their petals.
I would assert that there's a possibility that orchids require admiration.
That's true. I do kiss the leaves of my houseplants and wish them well and thank them for the oxygen they provide me, and I do have conversations with them.
Me too, brother. Straight up.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this Schefflera arboricola. You might know it as a dwarf umbrella tree with these waxy green leaves. This was given to my family after the death of a loved one, and it's been over 10 years, and it still has the original root structure of that original plant that was gifted. I've since put it into a larger pot, and a larger pot, and a larger pot. And then I've clipped it to trim it back to size, taking those clippings, and it's propagated itself to many different pots in my home. It's the dwarf umbrella tree, the Schefflera arboricola. That one it grows like a weed, doesn't need sunlight, doesn't need any special attention. It just wants to grow in any condition I throw at it.
Love those kinds of plants. Well, gentlemen, I bid thee farewell. Good night.
Right on, Kaylee. Much love, sister.
Aw, love you guys. Have a good night.
Josh, do you have any houseplant stories?
I've had a bonsai tree for several years. I think they're kind of low maintenance, and they're very fun to cut and shape. Although I kind of let it go here lately and just let it do its thing. But that's probably the plant I've had the longest. And some jade plants. I've had some success with those as well. From time to time, I've even had mildew and stuff attack them and wipe out like tons of plants. So you got to be really careful about the conditions they're in and studying up on them and stuff. I actually was a master gardener myself. If that guy was, you mentioned, I think. So I learned a lot about that type of thing. Like if they're not thriving in a particular spot, you want to move them. Make sure they're getting airflow.
It's Jerry Baker is his name. Master gardener, 1992.
I would encourage anybody to take those courses. It's very informative. You learn from the ground up, literally, about soil health and things of that nature. Because, again, going back to the soil, like we were talking about earlier, brine shrimp. If your soil's sterile, it'll affect the health of the plant because then roots can become attacked by things that otherwise wouldn't thrive in the soil, for instance. So just like your pH in your body can affect your health, and the pH of the plant's soil can affect the plant. So you might have to amend the soil with coffee grounds or eggshells, or I would actually even put earthworms in them a lot of times just to keep them the soil aerated, for instance.
Interesting you mentioned the aeration. Sometimes the root structure gets so tight and constricting in such a small pot. A lot of the work that I've done in my conservation efforts was to take a tiny tree that's all root bound and put it in a larger pot. And I have to hack back so much of the roots And at first it made me feel terrible, like I was taking something and hurting it and like taking off its roots, like cutting them shorter and shorter and beating them senseless. And then I realized, no, that's what it needed. That's how it would go to its next stage of growth, is to really just be rough with it and speak the truth to it and love to it and say, you know what, you're going to grow twice as tall as you are now in a much larger pot, but we have to cut back these roots that are holding you back.
So in that sense, you were kind of being Saturn, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You were adding restriction and reaping and cutting. Yeah, man. And it's that trauma that can induce the fruiting stage then. So we kind of have like this biological impulse to maybe procreate, for instance, and it's kind of similar to how a plant might fruit when it, if it gets a shock of cold, it might try to fruit, for instance. Yeah.
And with these apple trees, if we don't actively prune them so that they are optimized for picking, I've let apple trees grow to be 30, 40 feet tall. And herein lies the problem. I don't have a 35-foot tall ladder to climb up that high to grab the apples off of them. So, the next time I get an apple tree, I'll plant it in proximity to the large apple tree, but I'll make sure that I prune back the growth so it doesn't go beyond my height of standing on the ground to pick the apples off of it.
Do you plan to ever grow any noon blue apples?
That is one apple I have not heard of.
I would recommend you look into it. It's an excellent cultivar.
The University of Minnesota has specific cultivars of apples that for those who are listening and don't know, an apple seed will grow into a tree, but for it to bear fruit, there has to be a grafting process that happens. So in that respect, a human needs to intervene in the growth process to be a gardener, to reap a harvest from the fruit. It's not something that you can leave to fate or chance and hope that you'll have an apple harvest in your apple orchard someday if you aren't actively maintaining it.
Well, noon blue apples. I think that blue apples is something like a password. Do you guys remember that by any chance? I think it's something having to do with Tracy. I think it was a password to get into the underground church at the chapel.
René Chateau, yeah. Something that is sounding familiar. I'm remembering that now.
It's pomme bleu in French. Nice. And it's a light phenomena that takes place there through the stained glass. It casts the colored shadows on the wall and on other parts of the church. It only takes place on a certain day, January 17th, which is very, very close to the Blue Monday, which is the third Monday of the year.
The most depressing day of the year for those in the Northern Hemisphere.
You're one of the very few people that I have ever heard know what it meant.
Of course, I know the New Order song and the orgy cover of the song Blue Monday, and I think I had mentioned that before in one of the live streams, asking how everyone was doing, and to celebrate that we all survived Blue Monday this year, and we should pat ourselves on the back and celebrate those small victories.
Might I add that not only was it a Blue Monday, but it just happened to be a full moon on that particular Monday, which the color of the night sky on a full moon night is known as midnight blue. And so it's when the night sky is full of the ultraviolet radiation reflected by the sun, and thus giving it this enhanced effect, the morphogenic resonance, if you will. So there are some paintings that use this. And one of them that's famous is the Crucifixion of Christ when he's on the cross. The night sky is this shade of blue.
Nice.
My favorite crayon color, midnight blue.
Oh yes, midnight blue.
It's become my favorite color too. I hope that you see it as I do.
I'm imagining now a system of divination, and wherein we buy the largest box of Crayola crayons, and we dump them all out, and we kind of put them in a container, and we kind of blindfold ourselves, or we put them in a sack or something so we can't see them. We kind of shake it up, and we kind of draw 3 crayons out, and then we kind of read the color names and determine what the color codes might tell us about the answer to our question. Maybe we get a Maui Wowie or a midnight blue or a tacky khaki color or something.
Oh, it's like a Crayola I Ching.
Yes, almost. I think they do have 64 packs of. Do they have crayons in 64 or colored pencils?
I think I've seen some in that capacity, yeah.
Don't know that Chance is still with us. I think he's gone to sleep. I think most people have kind of gone to sleep. It's 2, 3, 2 Central Time.
I used to take crayons and mold them together, and I'd go outside where the dryer vent was and fashion them together into one large multicolored wax shard.
Of wax.
Did you make sure that the rose there's an off-brand of crayon, and it was like rose art crayons or something? It's like it had a different kind of a wax to it than the Crayolas, and you could definitely determine the difference.
Now that you mention it, I'm not sure the brand. It could have very well been a rose art type crayon. It seems like it was more waxy.
Yeah, there was clearly a distinction between the quality of the Crayola crayon versus the competitors' brands, which seem to be of a lesser quality.
In fact, think of this, just because we're talking about pencils and writing utensils. So the Sumerians used styluses, just like some people do today, on tablets of clay, but we sometimes see artifacts that resemble what we think of today as a cell phone or tablet. So I think it's kind of interesting how the zeitgeist again is manifesting, that we now have tablets and styluses again, recording our dictates onto these electronic tablets. So I guess it kind of came full circle there for you. But another thing I wanted to add earlier was that preservation of knowledge. This is one of the things that I've always found interesting, is the concept of Ha-Shem versus Ha-Satan. And that's whether or not a name is written and remembered in the historic record, a hero, or if it's, somebody might want to make a name for themselves rather than be dissolved into the divine name. They would maybe try to make their own name. We see this crop up a lot in the Bible with men of renown, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that really interesting because it's like they're trying to compete with the universe by creating their own songs, as it were. So we kind of ride on this wave, which I have not seen it yet, but the Loki Avenger movie kind of talks about the branch of time, and these deviant Lokis or whatever variants or whatever they were changing the timelines and adding to them, taking away, etc. But there was this one particular timeline that they were trying to preserve. So I kind of see that as like Hashem, and then any of the variants are like these sucker leaves, perhaps. and the gardener comes through and trims the divine. Christ is kind of shown in this way as being like the keeper of the garden and the vineyard, and a fruitless tree or vine is cleaved off and thrown into the fire, as it were, whereas if it has fruit, it's allowed to continue its fruitfulness.
We have the Blue Apples Day here. The treasure hunters come to church in Rennes-le-Château, investigating clues therein which hint at where to find a secret treasure formerly discovered by the old village priest Berenger Sanier. One of the interesting phenomenons Sanier, is it Sanier or Sanieri, created during his renovation of the church was the, in quotes, blue apples, balls of light which move around the church walls every January 17th, courtesy of the sun shining through the colorful stained glass windows. This has become a yearly event for treasure hunters who turn up to witness these blue apples. Is this what you're speaking of, Joshua?
Yeah. And I mean, it's more than that, but yes, that's one stop along the path of discovering new blue apples.
The surface.
Yeah, there's actually another interesting part to it.
It's a good starting point for people confused about the blue apple idea.
Oh yeah, certainly a good place to start. There's a statue at the entrance that depicts a demon by the name of Asmodeus, and there's an interesting little quip and poem written there as well, that references Noon Blue specifically. Like when he completed that statue, I think it was also that time. So there's a lot there to unpack. But it's also emblematic of the light spectrum at that time of year. So, Aries, for instance, would be red, and then Pisces would be like blue. So, you get that red and blue Hegelian dialectic kind of thing going on. Well, I think the reason for that is because it's just part of our natural environment and the way we're made. We even have two hemispheres, left and right, left hand, right hand, etc. So the whole world as we know it's built on this duality of sorts.
There's a great scene in the psychotropic, psychedelic film Simon, King of the Witches. If anyone's seen that, electric, magnetic, flashing the blue and the red and the blue and the red. I'd like to watch that movie on a Friday night with you all sometime. Lots of magic in that movie.
Kind of reminds me of the Black Rainbow. They kind of did things like that to a test subject.
I have not seen the Black Rainbow yet. There's a whole list of movies that I want to watch, but have waited for a optimal moment to be receptive to those ideas.
Well, the idea in that movie was through trauma and different types of experimentation, they were able to wake up psionic abilities. Of course, then she kills her master. So we come back to the the wooden coin motif there, that the master had created something that it couldn't control, and it turns on it, kind of like a Frankenstein's monster motif. But the Noon Blue apples also might suggest it kind of references a possible scion or bloodline of Christ. So there's that too. It's very thought-provoking, especially when you consider like the motif of the dragon chasing the child. I mean, we have that time and again with Moses, David, some others. But yeah, sorry to play the joke on you about the blue apples.
No, I was going along with it and playing dumb to see if anyone would.
Oh, you did it.
Would claim their knowledge of the blue apples to surprise us all.
There's also a good movie adaptation of it, simply called New World Order. But you can also call it New and Blue Apples. But there's a movie, it's even on YouTube. It's pretty well done. But the girl in it, her name is Eris, and she has red hair and blue eyes.
Oh, of course, Eris.
Yeah, after watching it again this last Blue Monday, I picked up a lot of things that I didn't notice in the past. So I think it's always good to go back with a fresh set of eyes to watch the movie.
Is there a golden apple in the Principia Discordia? Is it like a cow or a chow or like chaos? There's the element of Eris and discord.
Correct. And it's on her journal, actually has a golden apple on it.
The golden apple.
Mm-hmm. I think she carries a red book too, but of course it's blank.
Just going for memory here, a lot of these ideas just kind of just sit in my memory banks. And when you say something like was it noon blue apple?
Correct.
I just kind of waited for the processor and my brain matter there, my meat space, to try to kick into gear and try to search for that file to clarify what it was. I try to do that often because I take so many notes, some on paper, some digital, some on my phone. And then I find that as I do that, I think, oh, I'll recover that later, but then I don't remember that. So I don't actively have to remember it because I wrote it down somewhere, so I don't have to forget it or remember it.
I do the same thing, man. It's just a way of managing your RAM.
Yeah.
Defragging, putting it on jump drives or whatever, offloading your RAM.
Offloading the RAM.
Which is the red spectrum.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it is. The red and blue is for coding and decoding, like a codec would do. So like you got algorithms that compress and algorithms that decompress. So maybe the red light compresses or decompresses, and alternatively or vice versa, the blue light would have the opposite effect. Well, I guess when you just look at it in terms of wavelength, you got ultraviolet, which is higher frequency, shorter wavelengths, I think, and then in red you got longer wavelengths and lower frequency.
So good question there.
Yeah, what would happen if you mixed infrared and ultraviolet together, So you get into the realm of pink noise, which is the space in between.
Is that the color out of space, the pinkness in the movie The Color Out of Space with Nicolas Cage?
Oh yeah, purple.
Yeah, that sort of pink purple light.
Well, Prince would call it purple rain.
Purple rain, purple rain.
Which is also emblematic of the bardo. So if you ever see the snake biting its tail, or the human figure with its, feet touching its head, it would be that space in between. That would be the pink space, which is the time we're in now. And of course, the pink color is also emblematic of mixing blood and milk, which was one of the rituals they would take place in to stimulate the pineal gland and things like that. So you're getting into the adrenochrome realm there.
Jim, how's your pineal gland tonight?
It seems all right.
Yeah, you're the last one on camera, so it's your FlowState show.
I was gonna see if I could screen share this blue bananas photo, but I'm just kind of messing with a new system tonight, so there's more possibilities, but I'm still discovering what they all are at this point.
Do you have something that you're working on there on your workbench?
Yeah, I've got this is a it's going to be a bronze axe head. I've been working on it for a little while. It's about done as far as
Are you
this
gonna
part.
use that to chop down a cherry tree? Tell the truth now. Tell the truth.
Hey. Tonight I cut this part off, cut it into two pieces because that way I could tool the inside, and also it'll be easier to mold with this little section with this cavity not inside of it. Instead, there's two pieces with outside everywhere, instead of an inside and outside. But yeah, I'm going to set this thing up. That's kind of what the next step is. And then I'm going to put some silicone rubber over it and create a mold out of it. And then I'm going to cast some bronze ceremonial axe heads. Well, first I'm going to make wax copies that would be able to engrave or carve, symbols or words or anything into them. So they're customizable.
Hell yeah, that's
Bronze.
cool, Jim.
That's the plan. I've been working on it for a little while. Snake Jones has been collecting some beaver wood, which is all dried out and perfect for handles.
That sounds sexy as hell.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna get some stuff going with them. As soon as I get them in bronze, I can try to put some sort of a point on it or a blade. I mean, it's not going to be that sharp, but I mean, I can kind of peen it and dense it up a little bit, and then put sort of a polished blade on there, so it'll work. Not for cutting a lot of trees down, but I mean, it'll get you out of a jam if you needed to use it to cut down a tree. But I mean, it'd be sharp enough for a ceremonial axe blade, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's a fun thing to hopefully get out this summer, I think.
Kind of reminded of the ceremonial scythes that would be used to harvest like mistletoe, for instance. But that's the second time bronze has come up.
Yeah.
Which is what you make
I'm
bells
sure
out of, typically.
Nice.
That's right. And I was just thinking about this earlier. I think that the bell is the only instrument that I could think of that wasn't originally made using part of a living creature. Because I mean,
that's the point, man.
Horns, it's a horn. You blow a horn made out of a horn.
Yeah.
Pianos have ivory. Guitars have catgut.
Damn.
It's kind of a little bit of magic, I think, that goes into a musical instrument.
Yeah.
Except for a bell. Unless there's a natural form of a bell, like maybe out of a gourd or something, I guess.
Sounds like a maraca, man.
Yeah.
One thing to note there about instruments are that some of the gods, like Pan, for instance, would use flute, but the higher tier gods, like Apollo, for instance, would use stringed instruments like a lyre or lyre. And to kind of illustrate that, the story of Midas, King Midas, he was presented with both Pan and Apollo in a contest where he foolishly chose Pan just because he enjoyed it. It was his preference. But because Apollo was the stronger deity, he was then punished and given ass's ears. And so he had to hide them under a mitre or a cap. And he had to go and dig a hole to tell his secret, which he was sowing his seeds, his vows, seed vows into the ground. and there grew the pussy willow, as it's called. Although Alan might be able to give us the true name, but the colloquial name is that. It's to resemble his ears. But I think the difference in the wind instruments versus the stringed, you got wind as in just blowing, but
the wind in the willows.
Yeah, but then you just have the strings vibrating. So it's kind of a difference in mechanics there too. Although the principle is relatively the same.
But that thought, Jim, that you mentioned, that the bell does not include animal parts. So bell in reverse is like Leb, and Libra is the only zodiac sign that is an alloy. And all the other zodiac signs are animal oriented. So there might be it might be a case to be made that the bell and Libra correspond in a powerful way there.
You do see Anubis with the scales also, so it could have a dog reference to it, but also in Hebrew, it's Dalet, and a snake as well. So they represent the tribe of Dan, being a judge.
Yes.
Which is what Dan means. And in Genesis, there's an interesting prophecy regarding that judging. In Genesis 49, I think, when Isaac gives all the blessings to the tribes, Dan is an adder in the path that'll bite the heel and knock the rider off the horse. So often wondered what that's referring to. Kind of makes me think of Bob and the head wound or whatever. I've still not cracked that nut to know exactly what all that's about.
Yeah, that makes me think of the stumbling block. The gospel is a foolishness to the Greeks and a stumbling block to the Jews.
Exactly.
Yes, and the tribe of Dan is in some Jewish. When you look up the like the meaning of Tav, the final letter in the alphabet, it represents the tribe of Dan, which is the foot, the bottom, the last of the tribes, holding up the heel, taking up the tail end of the caravan. And their job, the tribe of Dan, their job is to pick up any lost items and return them to their place in the hierarchy.
Huh. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that tribe of Dan is so enigmatic. It comes up in so many places, TOD, today, TODAY, today. Yeah, it's all over the place in so many ways. I think it has to do with the Tuatha Danann, but I can't. Yeah, you feel that too?
Oh yeah, it's hard to think otherwise. In fact, well, before I mention this, the snake has scales, just like the set of scales we're referencing, by the way.
Yeah.
But yes, they were the rear guard, I guess. You're right. And so there was a story of where they abandoned the rest of the tribes and they were in ships and just sailed off. And so they kind of went off to start their own thing elsewhere. And here's what one of their interesting fruits is that they too warred with the giants, but in different lands. So not only did Yahweh order the destruction of the giants in the land of Canaan, but then wherever the tribe of Dan went, they did the same thing. So they were like the left-hand version of the right hand, which the first child to be born in Canaan was Benjamin, which translates to strong right arm, to symbolize the victory over the land of the giants, even though we were grasshoppers in their sight, right? So this is actually the root of noon blue apples, as it were, would be the discovery of giants and Nephilim, apples that only the giants could reach, if you know, as it were. So it's said that even Joshua stole these apples when he went into the land. And we get this story like with Jack and the Beanstalk. There's
We have the idiom, all the low hanging fruit has been picked or plucked.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. So I find it all pretty interesting because it
Yeah.
starts a whole leg of research that just opens your eyes to a lot of things. For instance, we have the epidemic of influence of the stars, which is the Latin translation of influenza. But in
Yes.
but in Italian, that translates to influence of the giant, but with the inflection on female. So we were talking earlier about the Babylonian or the Babylon spirit. Um, it is feminine, and so in this regard, you could even argue that we're under the influence of the giant harlot, veiled harlot, even. So I think it's pretty easy to make that case.
Yes.
We're having a war with the giants today, which is by definition the war of Gog and Magog, in a sense.
And what president code name situation do we dive into deeper with Gog and Magog?
Yeah,
Two of them, I think.
land of the
Uh-huh.
giants. In England, they even still have celebrations where they'll dance around with their heads and such. They're kind of treated regally in that regard there, but they were enemies. Now there is like Finn Cool, I think his name is. There's some giants that were gentle giants, like the Jolly Green Giant esque.
Like James
Paul,
Joyce, Finn McCool.
yeah, or Paul Bunyan for that matter. Which with the big blue ox, I have to wonder. Oh, and he's even wielding an axe. But he's the divine woodsman. So I kind of even think of him as Orion, actually. Like,
Yes.
and then our land. Well, pardon if you're not from the United States, but one of the monikers for the United States is the sleeping giant, and one of our earliest mascots is Paul Bunyan. So I think it's kind of interesting how we always see the giants kind of crop up in
Yeah.
Paul Bunyan, of course, brought his blue ox to the state of Minnesota, and they wrestled and played together. And because they were giants, they left a lot of deep recessions in the earth where the rain filled and became our lakes and rivers and streams. That's why Minnesota is the land of well over 10,000 lakes, rivers, ponds, and streams.
That's interesting lore.
I bet he got bunions making all lakes.
The ox and the apple have powerful correspondence because A is for apple. It is an initiation. It was the beginning of the fall, the apple.
And it's Aleph, which is ox.
Aleph, which is ox.
The autumn is the fall period of time in which we harvest the apples. And the apple does not fall far from the tree.
Uh-huh.
I even said that to myself today when I was thinking about Jerusalem's the apple of Yahweh's eye, for instance. And I was thinking about how the sun is the son of the Father and how the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right. And this is the problem our hypothetical freedom-loving translator in China struggles with in translating Dune to an 8th grade Chinese level of text, right? And then they run into these idioms and expressions and things that are specific to English language, and then even further more specific to the Dune lore. And now they have to translate these ideas to a Eastern Chinese thinking person. How do those ideas translate? Well, maybe on the screen with Denis Villeneuve. How do you say his last name? Villa something.
Villeneuve, maybe.
Villeneuve.
Call him Villanuance.
I call him Dennis the Menace. I call him the villainous movie director who takes our science fiction, and then does our imagineering for us to present us this science fiction stuff through his lens.
I would have liked to have seen the Jodorowsky Dune.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My friend has a DVD he lent to me, but I never got around to watching it. But
the documentary.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, I'd like to see that actually too.
I think
it goes through the storyboards.
Yeah, there's like a graphic novel almost. You can maybe read with it as you go.
Yes. The good news is the movie wasn't made. Jodorowsky did not direct Dune. The even better news is that he took the ideas that he put into the treatment for all the storyboards to translate that book to storyboards to present it as, this is the movie we want to make. Well, they never made that movie, but he took all that time and effort he put into that adaptation and created graphic novels based off of those ideas that spun out of his work and translating it. So it does exist in a very unique way in a graphic novel format. That's the great news. That exists, and we can dig into that at any time.
You know, my buddies in high school, if we saw old Dylan's last name, I think we would have tried to pronounce it Dylan Noe. I think that's how we would have read it back in high school.
Hey Dylan, tell your girlfriend to put some pants on.
I actually have the Dune out right now, and I can read one of the intros, like they have the philosophical type intros to each chapter. I can read this one here on page 76. It's from the analysis, The Arakeen Crisis by the Princess Irulan, private circulation, Bene Gesserit file number AR 810888587. With the Lady Jessica and Arrakis, the Bene Gesserit system of sewing implant legends through the Missionaria Protectiva came to its full fruition. The wisdom of seeding the known universe with a prophecy pattern for the protection of the Bene Gesserit personnel has long been appreciated, but never have we seen a condition ut extremis with more ideal mating of person and preparation. The prophetic legends had taken on Arrakis even to the extent of adopted labels, including Reverend Mother, Canto, Respondu, and most of all, Sharia, Panoplia, Prophetius. And it is generally accepted now that Lady Jessica's latent abilities were grossly underestimated. I just thought that was interesting because it actually talks about the planting of prophecy. We kind of talked about that earlier. Does it, prophecy is kind of like a fruit, a new blue apple in of itself. It could be argued that maybe Christ was a new blue apple in a sense. The apples of divinity.
The forbidden fruit.
Oh, hey. Oh, dude. Yes. Wow. I can't believe I never thought of that. Well, no wonder Asmodeus is in that chateau.
Nice. Perseus, when he confronted Atlas, Atlas was told him he could not stay in his territory because there was a prophecy that a son of Zeus would come and infiltrate his hidden garden where Atlas's daughters were protecting the golden apples.
Huh.
And then Perseus pulls out the Medusa head and freezes Atlas, holding up the firmament and stays the night anyways. But he, from the story I read, he didn't necessarily infiltrate the garden or violate the sanctuary of the apples. But maybe that's a missing part of the story.
It's like a proto traveling salesman joke. Purse with Medusa head in it. He's got farmer's daughters.
Yeah.
Seduction.
That's good. Another joke. It begins like this. Hey, Jim, why did Atlas shrug?
I don't know why.
Hey, Jim, why did Atlas shrug?
I don't know why.
I just keep asking you, man. Hey, why did Atlas shrug? And then Jim gets so mad, he finally says, I don't know, I don't care. Stop asking me. Who do you think I am? John Galt?
Nice.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny.
It's interesting when you think about his name Atlas, and this, of course, is where we get the term, without the prototype, to the globe, I guess, or a map, a collection of maps. And he's holding the earth, or whatever it is, but he's at the foundation, as it were. And so, if he's made a pillar, is he kind of similar to the Axis Mundi, or we kind of read about some of these djinns or angels in the Testament of Solomon. For instance, Epipas is supposed to be this wind demon that holds up a pillar of wind, and he's taken into captivity and made to do things. So I kind of almost think of Atlas as some type of entity like that, like he's holding up the tent pole of the tent of heaven. Even in stories which the Bible explains it all being that way, like a tent, canopy, curtain. But we even see this in the story of Marduk, after he slays Tiamat and crafts the earth with her corpse. He then stretches out the heavens and those sorts of things, and measures things, delineates the sky into the decans, and quite frankly, I guess this would even go so far as to tell the story in the sky. So I guess what better way to preserve knowledge rather than writing it down is simply put it in the sky. We see many times in these stories that animals and heroes of different sorts were immortalized in the stars. So it kind of makes you wonder if there might be some truth to some of those stories.
Yeah.
When you think about what an angel might be, we don't really know. They could be huge entities for all we know. The other huge entities flung into the stars. We just can't see them.
For those who have eyes to see, let them see.
Or Santilli telescopes.
He had 9 daughters, I think, right? Then there was 9 muses. Or there are 9 muses, rather.
Atlas?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I feel like it was either 3 daughters or 3 apples. There was some element of 3, but I'm not 100% sure. Plus it was a synopsis. It wasn't the original writing that I read.
Were there 7 daughters of the Titan Atlas?
Well, I thought it was 7, but I think I looked it up recently and it was 9. I could be mistaken.
I mean, if that's the 7 sisters of the Pleiades.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Kind of seems like, yeah. And then they're also related to Apollyon.
How does that relate to 7 Brides for 7 Brothers, the 1954 American musical?
I've seen that. Yeah, I've actually watched that. It's a pretty wild movie. And there are some beliefs also that if you have 7 sons, that the 7th son would have some type of magical abilities.
So before we recommend Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, we must answer the question: is Seven Brides for Seven Brothers sexist? Is it okay for our daughters to watch Seven Brides for Seven Brothers, or is it sexist?
It does seem kind of, ultra Chad traditional kind of thing, I guess. So it probably isn't for everybody.
It's a good movie, though.
But it is, kind of taps into the traditional.
Well, also remember that the six brothers are lumberjacks. So that ties into, Paul Bunyan and the axe hatchet head that Jim's been working on tonight.
Yeah, nobody builds barns like that anymore. With all the singing and dancing and whatnot.
Yeah, it's kind of wholesome. But yeah, it would be sad to think that if some of those women were subjugated, or if you just were the one that didn't want to participate, you'd definitely be the odd man or woman out of the seven.
Yeah.
And they were all sisters and brothers, respectively, right?
I think so, yeah.
Have to go back and watch that. Maybe that's the movie we watched together on Friday night.
Oh, you watched it last Friday?
Oh, no, maybe we already did, but I don't remember. So maybe we'll have to watch it again. And maybe it'll be the third time we've seen it all together, but we just keep forgetting.
I haven't seen it for years. It's a good one.
Seven's a very interesting number. There are some things to look into with the Bible, like the first 5 books, for instance. If you, 7 times 7 is 49. So if you count 49 characters into Genesis and then write down each letter that you come across in the Hebrew version, it'll spell Torah. T-O-T-H. And it'll do that in Genesis, then Exodus. Then you don't see the pattern in Leviticus, and then you proceed to Numbers and Deuteronomy, and with the same 49 count, it spells Torah backwards. And then in the middle, where Leviticus is, every 49th letter spells out Yod He Vav He, Y-H-W-H. So something very interesting. Just wanted to share because the 7 theme there.
Yeah, and also the curse of Cain. Anybody who assails him will have a 7-fold curse.
Oh, interesting. I forgot about that one.
From the mark of Cain. Yeah. And it also hails back to what Mario was bringing forward with the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. They both consist of 7 stars each. So there's a 7 by 7 there. Rotating around the North Pole.
You bear children. You bear children, yeah.
Yes. Crazy, wild mysticism going on. And then there's even that incestuous component of the brothers and the sisters, which is very, pharaonic, to keep it in the family kind of thing.
Oh yeah, I can see what you mean. Maybe that's got some type of reference to the anointing, that they would try to maintain that bloodline because it had the markers in it that would allow them to maintain the serpent pharaonic rule, because they wore the crowns with the aureus on them, and I think that helped command the slaves. For instance, they would be able to exert over them some type of mind control.
Right. And then there's the lover's card is in that has that northern orientation, and it's kind of just creepy that it's the twins in the zodiac, and it corresponds with the lover's card in the tarot, which gives it the freaking crazy incestuous thing when you connect the two, and it has that northern orientation.
That's Apollyon. That's Diana and Apollyon together. Yeah, the two become one. And so that would be the moon and sun together, like an eclipse, which, by the way, when an eclipse occurs, you get the Bailey's bead. So where we get the diamond ring from, when somebody wears a diamond ring in marriage, it's actually an eclipse that they're wearing. That bright flash of light that occurs at the apex of the eclipse is the.
Yeah, what if during the eclipse you actually see the face of Kanye West?
Funny thing though, during
this fractal's going forever.
You can actually see serpent, snake, shadow snakes rolling across the ground during a total eclipse. By the way,
of a solar eclipse, you mean?
Yeah, they're called shadow bands, I think.
I experienced that this past summer.
I saw it during the Great American Eclipse 2017. I got to witness it.
This eclipse, the last solar eclipse was in the summertime, just after the sunrise. So I was able to safely view because it was low in the horizon. And I did kind of exactly what they tell you not to do. But I didn't initially do that. I had brought an obsidian black mirror with me, and I sort of was looking with my back to the horizon, the sunrise. And I put the black mirror in front of my face to kind of look into the black mirror to see kind of what was going on behind me. And then I was just like, this is ridiculous. This is silly. Just if it's happening now, turn around and look to see it with your own eyes. And I did. And the moon was directly in alignment with the earth and the sun. And I saw it directly through that portal. And as Joshua was saying, I gazed for a while, and then I somehow broke my concentration, looked down at the grass, and all the grass was the greenest it's ever been, and it was moving, and I could see all the I could see all the energies, and I think I saw a sort of, how did you describe it, Joshua?
Ripples of shadow bands, or what some people say are snakes. They just kind of roll over the ground. It's really
now that you mention it, I was kind of seeing that in my periphery. Now I'm recovering that memory, and because there was something odd about it, but I didn't have the words to kind of describe it.
It is hard to describe. In fact, the shadows cast by it, like if you're under a tree, for instance, you'll see all these like little crescent moon shapes everywhere, all over the ground too.
It was like there was the vibrational energy of all existence, and I was beginning to see that in the grass. And there was morning dew on the grass, and there's energy in the life of the growing of the grass, and it was quite incredible.
Were you in the path of totality to the extent that it got and cooled down, and did the insects begin to chirp and birds? It creates twilight actually underneath.
Right. So this was at sunrise. This past. So it was already at that time where the sun was real low in the sky. So I saw it kind of coming up over the tree line, and then the moon was right in front of the sun. So then I saw that black darkness of the moon covering and obscuring the vision of the sun, which created like an iris effect. Like if you look into someone's eyes long enough, and that iris, like that black pupil.
Yeah.
That black pupil looks like it is like a black hole, and it looks like it goes into a tunnel into like infinity. That's kind of what I witnessed, just staring, like I was seeing through the moon, through the sun, and through something behind it. It was an absence of all light. And then I looked at that long enough, and I kind of like looked down at my feet for some reason, and I saw the grass around it, and the grass was like, whoa, wavy, like, whoa. And I'm like, oh no, I've just destroyed my vision. But no, the truth was my vision had improved. I was seeing in higher fidelity, higher clarity, and I was seeing things that I had not seen previously in terms of the vibration and life that was growing in all the tree leaves and everything.
Kind of like under the influence of psilocybin or something, where everything has a vibrancy.
And I was wide awake. I was not under the influence of caffeine or sugar or anything to keep me awake or anything beyond that. It was just me and fresh air and sunshine and sunlight, and I can't explain that or implant that vision that I had through my own eyeballs to anybody who hasn't experienced it themselves. I don't know if that event will ever happen again in our lifetime, where you can just in the morning look at it in Alliance and you look at it. And
had you been staying up were you planning for that, or was it purely incidental?
Oh, I had been planning for it. Absolutely. within like a week window, it was like, oh, I guess that'll be happening that morning, so I guess I'll be up for it. There's also the moon had a different situation where the sun was directly behind the earth, right? So you had to, so when the earth is in the middle, the sun is directly behind it, and the moon is setting in the morning. So then because the earth is blocking the light of the sun, it creates a cast of shadow on the moon. So then the moon kind of goes into an eclipse thing. I witnessed that, and it's like the moon is there. Now the moon's being eaten away. Oh, and now the moon is back.
Well, did that create like a red tint, like a blood moon?
Again, it happened to be early in the morning. So at the first butt crack of dawn and a little beyond that. So it was a situation where I'd been staying up, throughout the darkness of night, looking at the stars and then witnessing this sunrise with this specific sky clock event. And twice, one with the sun, one with the moon being occulted or eclipsed or something. And I still don't quite know, what that is and how does that work. And you kind of witness it for yourself firsthand, literally with your own eyes. I highly encourage everybody to make an effort to witness these things for yourself.
I agree. I felt like it was a life. I mean, it might sound cliche to say it was life altering, but it was, because it truly is an ephemeral experience. It's only there for a moment and then it's gone. If you think about how the ancients, how long they might have anticipated waiting on that phenomena and then experiencing it. It's kind of a weird thing that echoes through time. Like you might only be experiencing something that a handful of people have experienced an awareness of. So it is like a form of initiation in a sense when you think about it that way, because most people are in bed or asleep, but the shepherds would stay up and watch the flocks, for instance. So who would be up at that time? Somebody that's up.
Right.
Yeah. Which is where we get the word Gregorian, like our Gregorian calendar is kind of named after that. Well, I know, not specifically, but Gregorio or egregorio, watcher. So we're to watch the dates, watch the signs, particularly for the moon, the new moons. As soon as the first light would appear, the watchers would blow their horns to signify the new month, the new moons. So you had to have two witnesses for that. So it wasn't enough for one person to blow their horn. Two people had to blow their horn at that time for the new month to be declared. So they
Somebody
can-
makes a motion and then the other person seconds the motion.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like a wedding every time too. In Revelations, we see that there are two witnesses for the wedding of the Lamb as well. So kind of interesting. That
It's a legal ceremony.
Yeah. And the rider on the white horse is a judge because he's not actually carrying a bow and arrow, but the word used for bow is toxon, which refers to like a ribbon that would be used for hand fasting. So he's there to perform a wedding ceremony.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat here, and there was a comment about chemtrails ? Clouds ? And I was like, I hadn't considered that. If I had been outside waiting for the sun to rise to see the celestial phenomenon, and then it was a rainy morning, I would have never seen it. But both of these mornings, clear blue skies, usually that's how the day begins. And then clouds emerge and chemtrails cover the skies. And sometimes at night now in the current year, 2022, you have additional satellites and other lights in the sky and planes and helicopters and things polluting your sky. So you may be confused as to what these things are, but I assure you, when you make the effort to go outside and observe, you will see the stars, and you will see shooting stars, and you will see fireballs and comets and meteors and eclipses and all of these things. If you make that concerted effort to do so, I've witnessed all of these things.
Yeah, it's funny that you never see chemtrailing planes at night, and never right in the morning. It's always like they're flying over like later morning and then
High
afternoon,
noon, right when the
everything-
sun's at its highest, right?
Yeah.
Right when the sun is at its highest, giving the most, ultraviolet light to produce the energy for our plants and crops to grow and photosynthesize and things.
Yeah, I noticed it's like a 3-day cycle, at least from as far as here. It'd be like one morning they'd be chemtrailing, and then by afternoon it's a cloudy day, and then 2 more days overcast, and then the next, like the 4th day, I guess, will be clear again, and the whole thing starts over again.
And even in China, with all the factories and all the pollution, the smog and the air quality, you probably can't even see more than a mile or so, or a kilometer. What is the when you go to China and they measure a distance to say how far something is it a kilometer? Is it a mile? Do they have their own imperial Chinese length of road?
Most of it, I'll probably use kilometers. I think America is the only one that's backward and uses the Egyptian system, where the rest of the world tends to use the decimal system.
Because we were the extended territory of Egypt.
Yeah.
That's why they named it the Matrix.
Because they wanted to be the rulers of the world, and the ruler is the size of a cubit, which was the length of your pharaoh's elbow to the tips of their fingers. And it was used to set measurements, just like Marduk in the story. Yeah, it's interesting.
Dang, that's a beautiful image.
It's geoengineering transhumanism. They just got it. It's Elena Freeland's most recent.
That's
see the back of that?
That's a big book.
Yeah.
Is that Revelation 12, a woman and the
what was that?
dragon? Is that the woman and the dragon from Revelation 12?
It's a good question.
Is she holding a cup full of precious stones?
Here, let me see.
Put it on your table.
Yeah.
On your other camera.
It's fun.
Yeah.
I can also choose a screen to come into.
Yeah, it looks like Revelation 12:1 depict in pictorial form. The woman clothed in the sun, which is Virgo in the season of September, or the month of September rather, and then clothed in the sun with the moon at her feet, with the crown of 12 stars. Leo normally has 9, but in this particular event had 3 additional planets in Leo, making 12 jewels.
Yeah.
And then travailing in birth, and she had Jupiter in the womb for 4.5 months in retrograde, and then it stops about the middle of the abdomen and then exits through the legs on the day of 9/23/2017. Now, what I found very interesting about that is when a child is birthed, it crowns. And so Jupiter being the king planet, the king was crowned on that day, followed by the red dragon wearing, with 10 heads wearing 7 crowns, or you could say coronas. So it was only a year or two after this that the coronas came to be. So I just find that very interesting. That the Enza, that the giant crowns of came into being.
Yeah.
It's hard to ignore when you can't unsee it.
Are those 7 seals there, Jim? On the dragon?
7 seals. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. There you go.
1, 2, 3. Yep. Interesting.
I know that we had mentioned earlier the possibility of reading a choose your own adventure novel.
Yeah, I've got one if you guys would like to continue.
That's how it feels watching the Dune movie. The Villeneuve Dune movie felt like a choose your own adventure Dune. You kept cutting in and out of all the scenes.
I might be calling it, fellas. I think I'm gonna try call it a night.
Yeah, I think it's getting to that point. I think the choose your own adventure stuff is great. Probably need to lead into the show with such an adventure.
Yeah.
Good idea.
So we'll keep those novels near us so that we can participate with an awake viewership who can help us select the page to turn to in the choose your own adventure story.
Very cool.
Sounds great.
This is the end.
Yeah, cue them.
Only friend. The end.
You're the Lizard King.
The dragon on the book. And
it's so funny that he went to be buried in France, right? Bring us back to France.
He's chasing those blue apples, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think we're beyond 4 hours and 45 minutes.
It was a pleasure.
Right on, man.
Oh, I hear that familiar music.
Good night, everybody.
and raised over 100 young. But the got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found a mate, and raised a